It's 10 o'clock and the recording for this meeting has just started. Welcome everybody to this meeting today of NHS Grampian's board. We'll start as usual with apologies, and I have apologies to report from Hugh Bishop, June Brown, David Blackburn, Dennis Robertson and Ian Yule. Does anyone know of any others we should be noting? No, thank you. Can we then move on to item 2, declarations of interest? Has anyone got a declaration of interest or a transparency statement to make, please? Okay, I will make one myself, a transparency statement in relation to 6.3.2, the Aberdeenshire Integration Joint Board, as I'm a councillor, an Aberdeenshire councillor, and Aberdeenshire councillor is mentioned several times in that report. Thank you. No others though? There was a hand up there. Okay, with that done.
Sorry, Alison, my hand keeps sticking. I will make the same declaration as you as well.
Thank you, Anne.
Thank you. It keeps sticking.
Thank you. I saw it go up and saw it go down as well. So thank you very much for that. And Kathleen, please.
Likewise, I should do the same for being a Murray councillor.
Thank you very much to both of you for that. Thank you. Okay, then with that formality done, let's move on to the meeting proper, and I will welcome everyone here again to joining us for the meeting, both members and also to those joining us from the public and press as well. I would like to thank today all of today's speakers, as well as members of the press and public, for their time today, for a meeting which is longer than usual due to the number of significant agenda items which require our attention and appropriate discussion. I will therefore keep my own opening remarks brief, but I do wish to cover a number of pertinent points. Firstly, the COVID reflection service. I would firstly like to acknowledge the recent UK-wide Day of Reflection, marking the 5th anniversary of the COVID-19 outbreak. Whilst the NHS continues to experience the after effects of the pandemic, the 9th of March represented a significant milestone, as well as an opportunity to remember all those who had been affected. I would like to thank my Vice Chair, Dennis Robertson, who represented the board of NHS Grampian at our local service of reflection, to remember those lives lost, as well as the sacrifices of so many. And without wanting to curtail the discussion around finance on today's agenda, I would like to thank Alex Stephen, our Director of Finance, and his whole team for the significant amount of work they have undertaken to prepare the revenue budget for 25-26 and the medium-term financial framework. Whilst there is clearly a lot more to be done, I believe we now have a far greater understanding of the cost pressures and our finances than we have ever had before. We must now work collectively as a system to find ways to bridge our significant financial gap as we transform the way in which we deliver services. I'm equally pleased with the work of the Maternity Collaborative and success of our We Wish You Worked Here recruitment campaign, which aims to attract health specialists to live and work in the north of Scotland as we work towards the return of consultant-led maternity care at Dr. Gray's. As a result of their efforts, the children's ward at Dr. Gray's in Elgin has now fully reopened as a combined inpatient ward and assessment unit, offering round-the-clock care. Paediatric care at the hospital had been provided through a short-stay assessment unit for a number of years, having faced recruitment challenges. However, the number of permanent paediatricians in the team has doubled in the last couple of years, and they have recently been joined by 5 new trainee advanced paediatric nurse practitioners who now help to provide 24/7 care and support the future development of neonatal services at Dr. Gray's. While some patients will continue to require transfer to access highly specialist care, the vast majority will now be able to stay at Dr. Gray's as long as they need. And this indeed is a great step forward. Noting that we have an infrastructure paper on today's agenda, I want to recognise work of a different sort by our Facilities and Estates team, who have developed NHS Grampian's first ever biodiversity strategy. I was pleased to attend its recent launch and hear more about how nature will be cherished and valued across our estate. We know that green spaces can improve mental health and well-being, and that trees, plants and other vegetation play a significant role in reducing the amount of pollutants in the air which we breathe. So it's important we take action locally to protect the small things that together make a big difference. I was therefore pleased to hear about plans to make our estate as welcoming to both humans and wildlife as possible. And I have recently shared the great store which I and NHS Grampian set in being an inclusive organisation. Today, I want to reflect on yet another example celebrating diversity in an interactive and accessible way. Recognising the role that food plays in bringing people together and building on the success of our previous Nigerian Independence Day food menu, NHS Grampian's catering team and our staff equalities network worked with the community at Aberdeen Mosque and Islamic Centre to co-create an authentic Eid al-Fitr menu at ARI that marked the end of the holy month of Ramadan. I would like to congratulate all those involved in creating a tasty celebration for our diverse staff and the wider community. Now we're able to move on to our agenda. So I will turn now to the minutes of the meeting of the 6th of February 2025. Can we accept those minutes as a true record, please? Thank you. I've got agreement nodded to me there. Thank you very much. And nothing indicated otherwise. Thank you. We also have the action tracker and matters arising. First of all, on the action tracker, I think most things are in hand. There is a note, though, about a feedback from the Chief Executive on pharmacy vacancies. Adam, do you want to close that off, please, by updating us on that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to everyone. Yeah, my thanks to David Flegger, the Director of Pharmacy, who did some exploratory work on my behalf. David's feedback is, I guess, somewhat different to the issue as it was raised through our clinical forum, so we can clearly have some further follow-up. But there isn't, from a pharmacy perspective, a higher level of vacancies, and in terms of the vacancy control process, we have various criteria about how posts proceed, and the pharmacy group that were referred to are in the highest level, so they proceed through the process because they're in the classification of patient-facing direct clinical care. Sorry, so we don't think that. I think David's ongoing sense of the biggest delays in terms of getting scripts relates to the discharge document being ready and down with pharmacy so they can fill the script. So again, David and his team are doing ongoing work with the medical teams across the hospital to try and get the discharge document completed as early as possible in the process so that they can fill the script. But David's very happy to pick up with Mark or the committee who raised it if there's still a perception of ongoing concern. There certainly isn't from our perspective as a pharmacy directorate from David's update. Thanks, Alison.
Thank you very much, Adam. That's very helpful. Any comments on that or other items of matters arising? Hussein, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you and good morning to colleagues. Chair, I'll be guided by you as to whether or not it's appropriate to take this now or at some other point, but given that the action tracker is our to-do list, but also something to look back in terms of an audit trail. At the meeting in December 24, I had asked about the response to the critical incident in November. I also thanked colleagues for their support during that, and we had an initial response in terms of lessons learned. I also asked and had indicated an expectation that we would have a deep dive in terms of where those lessons could be learned across the system. And I would respectfully submit that given where we are as an organisation, that is more important than ever. I had a look last night. I can't seem to find any update on that point. And it was really just asking with the utmost humility and courtesy, given that we're now into the second quarter of 2025, if this is something we might put on the action tracker with a potential date so that we can see that. I would also suggest, given our role as non-execs in terms of the scrutiny function, but also for colleagues across the organisation, having that review, if that work has now been done, would be very helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Hussein, for raising that. That's very helpful, and thank you for doing so. There's certainly issues there that can be added to the action tracker that Alison will do, so we can have a further update. But as an immediate response, I've got both Adam and Susan, please. Adam.
Yeah, I'm sure Susan will come in with a bit more detail. I was just going to give the headline that post the critical incident, there's 2 stages to the review. There's what's called the hot debrief and then the formal debrief. Both are completed, and maybe Susan can suggest how we share that lessons, if that's okay. Chair, I'll pass to Susan.
Thank you, Adam. Susan, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Hussein. The formal debrief is complete, and we've got the debrief report. As you would expect, there were a number of lessons learned. We have taken those actions. Actions are actually underway to begin to address them. I'm happy to send that report out to board members. Equally, I wonder if us maybe at one of the informal sessions coming and talking you through the debrief, and then how we are including that in the Civil Contingencies Group action tracker to make sure that we do close all of the actions that come from our learning reviews.
Thank you, Susan. That's helpful too. Can I suggest we put on the action tracker that the briefing that you described there is sent out to everybody? And can we also have a session where we can discuss it, as you say there? It might be appropriate to do that at a committee rather than an informal session. So can we leave that decision about where to do that? It will happen, a discussion, but we will decide out with where the best place would be to have that under governance terms as well. So there's 2 actions there for the action tracker. Please, Alison, if you can record those, and appreciate Hussein for raising those. Thank you. Okay, any other matters arising, please? No? Okay, thank you very much for that then. Thank you. Okay, with that then we move on to the Chief Executive's report. Adam, please.
Thanks, Alison. So just a few things this morning. The first is around the acute pathways integration, and certainly we briefed the board on this work, but certainly in this public space I was really keen to just update the board about the work. So in very simple terms, we've got our population of 580,000 people, and historically we've run bits of our whole system slightly separately between Dr. Gray's Hospital and hospitals in Aberdeen, and this work is bringing that together so that we have a single integrated approach to the provision of care for the 580,000 people. We're starting with 3 areas: cardiology, orthopedics, and we slightly amended it from endoscopy to actually the whole GI pathway, so it's just slightly broadened the endoscopy bit. That's started, really committed group drawn from all the specialties, all the areas, all the hospital sites, working together to see how we make that really good, with the really crucial bit that we believe that will make a real difference for patients, so that we have a really consistent and high quality provision across the area. So that was the first one. The second one was just an update on the delivery plan. I told you at the last meeting that we were expecting to sit today. We had a slight change in the submission date in discussion with government, and there's 2 key things for us to just be really thoughtful about. We've got, along with every other health board in Scotland, submissions in with government at the moment around planned care and unplanned care, and we're awaiting the outcome of those, the submission of those plans, which would come with resource. So depending what level of support we get in resource terms, we'll be able to go a certain way down the journey. So again, we need to have those, and that will be really key that we reflect that in the delivery plan against that additional investment in both planned and unplanned care. And the second factor, obviously we're coming on to the financial plan, but as Alison said in her headline introduction, there's clearly another sum of money that we need to find, the 23 million, and that's likely to have some impact on our delivery plan. So again, we need to reflect both of those bits, and as we've written here, it will be dynamic and we'll have it to the board in June. The next bit was, as you know, I'm trying to sort of make sure everyone sees something that's a kind of an exciting good news story each board meeting as well, and this deep geothermal heating sounds like a tremendous thing if it works out. It's clearly a test at the moment, but if that helps us move in the carbon footprint, then that'd be fantastic. Again, that recollection from everyone, healthcare, the delivery of healthcare is very high in the production of carbon, so it'd be fantastic if we could have something on site that contributes not only for us but slightly beyond or into the wider community. That'd be superb. And then just finally, I was just welcoming Philip Shipman to the team, and our thanks to Tom who's left and gone to another role. So thank you, Alison. I'm very happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Adam. That's very helpful. Can I turn to anyone who wants to ask questions? Sandy, please, first of all.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Adam. Thanks for the report. I just wanted to particularly mention the acute pathway integration work, which is really welcome, and I kind of welcome the focus away from sites and buildings to systems, processes, and governance. I think that is long overdue, and I think particularly in relation to a very complex system, where the public need to access services and move and transition between services. I think this could significantly improve that experience for them. I'm pleased to note that the teams to progress this have already been established, and I look forward to detailed reporting at our Performance Assurance Committee. In particular, I would want us to move at pace, and I would want to see more of an emphasis on reporting from just giving assurance about processes and systems and meetings to actually what difference is it making to the public and what are the noticeable impacts it's having. So look forward to that, but it's potentially very exciting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think Patrick will have a key role in that as well. So thank you for bringing that up, Sandy, as well. Thank you. Okay. Shall we move on to other points and Adam can come to everything together? John, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just follows on from the back of what Sandy was saying. I was thinking of it from the lens of the Clinical Governance Committee. So when there's a response on that, I'd be interested just to hear a little more on what the role for clinical governance is envisaged as that work proceeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, do you want to respond to those two together? I think they're quite similar there. How are we going to get the governance around this going forward? Yeah. What's your view?
Yeah, thanks very much. Two really key questions. So in response to Sandy's bit, one of the absolute key things I've been emphasising and working with the teams, and the teams are absolutely working with all the people involved, is in the delivery of things that make a difference. So at speed, and the tangible things that come out of it. So that's clear. And I think a really sort of easy example is that equalisation of waiting times. So at the moment, sometimes people wait less time in Dr. Gray's and longer in ARI, or vice versa, and that sense of how we get much more consistency and equity. So those sorts of things are really tangible and absolutely make a difference for individuals. So we will definitely be using PAFIC to ensure we're held to account on the progress of that. And in terms of the governance, again, one of the things about running bits of our system slightly separately is there are slightly separate governance systems, which again, really crucial that we get that to a single bit. Paul Baku and June Bernard, who are both here today, are going to lead the work on looking at the governance and ensuring that we create that consistent governance and single, not just consistent, but single governance system across the patch. And again, intangible outcomes, that will be really clear about how we assess quality and outcomes for individual patients. Both really important things for us to pay attention to.
Thank you, Adam. Mark, are you coming in as Clinical Governance Vice Chair?
Yeah, I suppose that actually that John stole my thunder a little bit on his question, but actually I think that Adam knows that from an area clinical forum point of view, this is something that's very high on our agenda. And obviously, as Vice Chair of Clinical Governance, this is something that I know that I've pressed this a number of times with Adam in different forums. So I welcome the developments. I welcome the acute pathway integration from what Adam has said. And I look forward again to looking at the governance around this and making sure that it's as streamlined and as robust as it needs to be. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Alison, can we add that to the action tracker as well, please, to look at the governance around the acute pathways work? Thank you. Okay, Colette, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to just have a brief chat about the geothermal heating plant. I think this is really to be welcomed, and just to highlight the fact it's not the first Scottish Government funded study of its type in the region. There was one in 2016 at the Hill of Banchory, so it might be worthwhile having a look at that for lessons learned. But also on a more pragmatic point, obviously the study will be covered by the Scottish Government, the costs will be covered by the Scottish Government, but will there be implications for long-term costs to NHS Grampian itself?
Thank you. Adam, do you want to comment, or is Alan here?
Could I pass to Alan? If that
I
was
thought
all
you were
right.
going to say that. I was
Alison,
looking for Alan to come forward. Alan, please. This is for you.
Colette, and thank you, and that's good. I'll pick up on that bit in regard to the previous study. So we're working, as Adam said in his report, so hopefully this is a wider piece of work. In regards to wider costs for NHS Grampian, we're not really at that point yet, Colette, to see the benefit analysis, because as you understand, we're paying a lot of emission charges as we currently stand, and our cost of fuel is quite considerable, especially in the Forester Hill site, and that was why it was a prime site to look at. So that'll all be done as part of the business case going forward if it proves a successful venture. But hopefully, as we're looking for, it will not only just help ourselves but the whole of the city, potentially linking in with district heating systems and that, and the pieces of work that we're currently doing. Myself and Derek's been supporting me in making contacts with various people and Alison throughout the city, so we're involved in that city-wide piece as well as the Forester Hill site. So, but happy to keep you updated, Colette, on every step as we go forward.
Thank you, Colette. Would you like to come back?
Yes, just very quickly. I mean, I totally welcome this move to renewable sources of energy, not just for NHS Grampian and right across the city. It's what we really must do. But my understanding is that geothermal in particular is very expensive to implement, and the time frame for recovery of the cost can be long. So I guess as part of this exercise, some discussion about whether this is the most appropriate form of renewable energy to meet the objectives is something that should be done alongside the study in question. Thank you.
Yeah, totally agree with that, Colette. Obviously, it needs to be looked at in that sense that Alan's described as well, of the benefit work, cost benefit work later on as well. So yes, that is absolute key to this. And the other point Alan made there, I think it's really important to emphasise, is how we need to work across the wider system in Aberdeen City and beyond as well, in terms of renewables and what is appropriate for our site that could also bring benefits elsewhere. So that partnership approach that, as Alan said, Derek and I are both encouraging is really important as well. So thank you, Alan. Thank you for the question, Colette. Okay, I can't see anything else arising from the Chief Executive's report. So can we note their report, please, and move on to the next item? Thank you. Next item, 6.1, is the Area Clinical Forum report. Mark, please, would you like to introduce your paper?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Obviously, my paper's in the pack. It was a very busy Area Clinical Forum meeting that we had on the 5th of March. There was many things on the agenda, and we just about got into time. I must admit, we may need to increase the length of these meetings because there's so much things to discuss. Some of the highlights coming out of it, I think the weekly ACF CET meetings are absolutely essential, and these are very, very welcome from our point of view. We've had excellent interactions with the Chief Executive team, robust, honest, sometimes difficult conversations, but those are the forum that we work in. We've got the pressures of finance, obviously, which will be discussed later on, and the impact that might have on performance. Some of the other things that were coming through the report was to do with the reduced working week and some of the impacts that that will have between two different sets of people that work within the NHS. Obviously, the reduced working week really ties made it into agenda for change staff and doesn't necessarily affect medical and dental staff, but obviously that can have a cross effect whenever one group reduces activity which supports the other group, then that can have an impact. And you can see that there was some concerns raised by some of our surgeons about reduction in Friday afternoon operating, for instance, and how that would have an impact. So it's just making sure that people understand that those, when you change one side of an organisation or another bit of an organisation, then sometimes that can have an effect on the other. We had some fantastic input from our staff wellbeing team, which was really useful to see, and some of the support they were providing for our team in what is very challenging times for them, and they go through some critical incidents, and that support is really very welcomed. But I'm happy to take any questions on the report that obviously is in front of you. I did bring one bit of good news into it, which I thought was always good, as following on from Adam, is the rollout of the dialysis at home project, which has been ongoing for many years, and I think it was really useful to and encouraging to hear that that has now come to fruition. But happy to take any questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mark. It's a really important development, and also thank you to everyone who's working on those joint meetings on a Monday morning as well, from the ACF and Chief Executive team. I think it's really important we have that engagement going forward on a regular basis, especially with the challenges we're facing. So thank you for that. Paul, do you want to come in, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. Mark, if required, happy to have a conversation outside of the current meeting, but just to reassure you, when this was first presented to us, there was a lot of sensitivity analysis of data modeling and scenario doing, and there is definitely the risk that there will be an impact. The way that it's been rolled out at an operational level at the moment, primarily at Wood End Hospital, where we do cold orthopedic surgery, has been to, as much as is possible, synchronize and map the reduction in the working time week to the natural downtime in theatre activity for other reasons. So I think what we're hearing from our colleagues is not anything other than the time that we've released when it's unproductive time. But we're happy to have that conversation, look into the details of this. There's certainly no data coming back yet to correlate to a downturn in performance and productivity from areas, but I'm open to that as a possibility. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. It's probably something to take online and have a discussion about with ACF separately. So hopefully Paul and Mark will be able to follow that up. Thank you very much. Kathleen, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yep, again, just picking up on the fact I was concerned a little bit to read about the inconsistencies across the implementation of the working week and the comments that the surgeons had made, with the Fridays being inconsistent with possible caseloads. Obviously, this could have impacts on career progression, possibly satisfaction, recruitment, retention. And I just wondered that, we are looking at ways of mitigating this, because, we don't want to have a situation where, Fridays create a problem for not allowing staff to progress in their careers.
That's very helpful, Kathleen. I think Philip's going to respond to these issues. I think, Philip?
Yes, I am. Thanks. And yeah, I was going to come in on the reduced working week. So I absolutely agree. There is probably not a consistent method of reducing the working week across the system. And that's as a consequence of the circular that we worked towards, which guided the introduction of the working week, and asked managers and staff to think innovatively and actually recognise that there was no one size that fits all. So we worked in partnership to identify a range of standard options, plus provided flexibility for services to do that innovative thinking. And any of those innovative solutions were checked by our T&C subgroup, which I can see Stephen's on the call and he'll recognise is a partnership group as well. In terms of the mitigation for that first tranche of reduction, we provided about £2 million worth of backfill funding to try and mitigate for where the most significantly affect clinical services. But also we've recently received a circular for the reduction down to 36-hour working week. One of the first steps we're going to do is learn the lessons from that first reduction, both in terms of the impact, but in terms of the way we introduced it. And I think a result of seeing Mark's paper, then probably welcome ACF's involvement in that. I think one of the things we did talk about at a reduced working week group just earlier this week was the need to have closer links to both clinical colleagues, medical colleagues who'd been affected by it, but also the Health and Care Staffing Act. And I think we are really concerned about the risk across the system of that lost capacity for an additional reduction of another hour. And as a consequence of that, it's definitely going to be taken to Chief Exec team and GAPF on a monthly update basis. So it will definitely be providing further updates as we progress in the organisation and through GAPF, and I'll probably be coming back to the board as well. But happy to take any further comments on that.
Yeah, thank you. Mark, do you want to come in, please?
Yeah, thanks very much. And I think that, I'm more than happy to chat to Paul offline with regards to this, as obviously it was something that was raised through the consultant subcommittee by a senior surgeon. So I think that's something that we have to report in. If this is not the case and if it's being mitigated different ways, then we think we need to make sure that that communication is fed back to colleagues on that. And happy to work with Philip on another hour to come off yet, so there's still much more to go. So obviously it brings its concerns. So thank you very much, and I welcome further chats with Paul in the future.
Yeah, I think that was a useful discussion to air that issue and encourage discussions further up on this as well. Also, Joyce is on the call as Chair of Staff Governance, so I think it's probably a need to take this through the Staff Governance Committee as well at the appropriate time. So that can be noted for Staff Governance as an issue to look at as well. Thank you. Okay, I can't see any more comments about the Area Clinical Forum report, so can we note that paper, please? And then move to 6.2, the Grampian Area Partnership Forum. Stephen, thank you for joining us. Are you going to introduce the paper?
Yep, good morning, Alison. Good morning, colleagues. It's always interesting, when Mark, as the chair of the Area Clinical Forum, and myself as chair of co-chair of the Grampian Area Partnership Forum, we do write our reports, separately. We don't compare notes, and then you find issues in each of these reports of the boards that have got different aspects of the same issue. So I'm not going to say any more about the reduced working week. You're beyond what's in the GAPF report. So clearly, at the point of the February meeting in GAPF, I think there was a concern within the Agenda for Change trade unions, professional organisations collectively, that the decision to defer, so rather than having a 30-minute reduction in this financial or leave year, and then a third and final one next year, the decision taken by Scottish Government was that it would only be we would wait for one big change of the 1 hour reduction in from April 2026. So given that, and certainly this, I suppose for colleagues' benefit, the GAPF report this month is slightly perhaps seems a little bit later. That's just a quirk of the sort of diary. So a lot of the March meeting of GAPF, because GAPF meets almost every month, was spent looking at things, including the integration of acute pathways. So you'll see updates on all of these things sort of going forward. And I guess the nearest thing to a sort of positive, and in some ways it links back to the opening remarks of the chair. GAPF was delighted to be able to support and also be involved in the time of reflection for the 5th anniversary of the COVID pandemic. So the report's there for noting. Happy to take any questions, and if they're too technical, I look forward to Philip answering them.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for that. Thank you. Okay, any questions or comments for Stephen about the GAPF report, please? Looks like you're getting off very lightly, Stephen, both you and Philip. So, so thank you for the report. I think we note the GFAF report, yes, and look forward to a paper that covers more meetings next time. I know the timings were difficult for the paper this month. Okay, thank you very much for those papers that we both noted. We're now moving on to the Integrated Joint Boards report, item 6.3. Just for interest, we've moved all these items, the Area Clinical Forum, Grampian Area Partnership Forum and Integration Joint Board Forum papers, Integrated Joint Boards reports, to this significant part of the agenda because of the importance of these for the work of NHS Grampian and working together to address some of the challenges that we have between us as well. So that's why they're focused here, recognise the importance of staff as well within the organisation. So with that, we're moving on to the Integration Joint Boards report. We have here reports from each of the IJBs, which are for noting, and we have also here a presentation as well, which is what the chief officers are here to talk to today. So I'm going to hand to Pam Milligan from Aberdeenshire IJB to introduce, and then the other chief officers are here as well to answer any questions or receive any comments relating to the presentation slides which are accompanying this report. Thank you. Pam, please.
Thank you, Chair. So if I start on the slides, which is page 37 of the agenda packs. So this is we're sharing some slides today that were prepared by the chief officers and the chief financial officers across Scotland in conjunction with the IJB Chairs Group. And it formed a presentation that was given to the Cabinet Secretary, really to outline the financial position of IJBs across Scotland. So the first slide on page 37 shows the financial position for IJBs predicted position going into 25-26 if no action is taken to address the potential overspends. So you can see that there's percentage overspends are shown for each of the IJBs across Scotland. This was a point in time. So I certainly know for Aberdeenshire that the predicted overspend came down slightly once we had fine-tuned our cost pressures. But you can see that there are significant overspends predicted across Scotland. And then also set out there is the areas of main national pressures. As identified, prescribing is given as a significant pressure, prescribing done within primary care. Within Grampian, prescribing was a significant pressure to NHS Grampian in 23-24, and that's really where it started to build. And again, in 24-25, it's been seen as a pressure and it's predicted to go into next year. So that has been an underlying significant growth in relation to prescribing costs. It also sets around in relation to demand. So we know that with both an ageing population and higher complexity of need, that has impacted in relation to both the primary community services and social care provision that IJBs are responsible for. And then it highlights contract inflation. So contract inflation relates predominantly to around social care. So that would be shown in Grampian area by the increased cost around social care for both our in-house services as well as our commission services. So that gives the national picture. So what it demonstrates is really the pressures that we're feeling in Grampian are very much in common with the rest of Scotland. The next slide, which is page 38, that shows that it is good practice for IJBs to hold a reserve, which is best practices around 2 to 4% of the revenue budget. But as can be seen from the slide, that many IJBs across Scotland have no reserves now, and that includes the 3 Grampian IJBs. The fact that we have no reserves means that then means there's implications if we overspend on our funding partners. So that will be the 3 councils in the Grampian area, as well as the NHS Board. So that has an immediate impact in relation to NHS Grampian. On page 39 shows the change in NHS Scotland expenditure over time. And that really, it does show that there has been a growth in both acute expenditure as well as the expenditure in relation to primary care and community services. But what it doesn't demonstrate is the shift in funding that was predicted and was really the intention for establishing IJBs and around integration. So the intention in establishing integration joint boards was to shift the balance of care and the funding resource from the acute sector into the community, recognising that most people are cared for most of the time in the community, but also that is the best place for a lot of care to be provided. But what has not been able to demonstrate is that shift over time in relation to expenditure. Page 40 then looks at social care expenditure over time. And again, what it's showing is there has been an increasing cost around social care, and that's been across all client groups that are provided support through social care. So that is both older peoples and adults. And really what it demonstrates is there's been a really significant increase, particularly in some areas such as adult services. And we do know you're experiencing very high complex care needs coming through, and that is a really good success story because it means that more, for example, children are surviving into old age with very complex needs, and actually people with conditions like learning disabilities are surviving much longer and healthier lives. But what that means is they do need that social care support right through their lives, and that's what's driving a lot of our costs around that. And that's at a time when there's been limited additional funding coming into IJBs for social care, and the funding that has come in has focused mainly in areas of fair wage and that uplift in terms of the frontline social care workers' wages. So I'll now hand over to each of the chief officers, and I'll come back to talk about our specific budgets for 25-26. So handing over to Fiona Mitchell-Hill for Aberdeen City Health and Social Care Partnership.
Hi, thank you, Pam, and good morning, everyone. So as Pam said, on slide 41 is the start of the picture for Aberdeen City and our financial position. So at the end of 24-25, our financial position was looking at an overspend of £16.7 million. We did have some reserves that we have managed, that we have used or utilised against that, taking our overall overspend at the end of 24-25 down to £10.45 million. As Pam said, we're in a similar position to many other IJBs in the country and have significant financial pressures for 25-26. So we are looking at a budget gap of £25.2 million for for this now current financial year. To enable us to meet our overspend, to enable us to deliver, so we have a savings plan put forward for 25-26, which is a savings plan which is of just over £14 million. And in that saving plan, we're absolutely looking to protect our essential frontline services. So most of our savings are looking at staffing, property and commissioning and supplies. Our commissioning and supplies is a big thing. So it's trying to balance that risk between protecting services and ensuring that we have a balanced budget. So we're continuing to work with our partners and across the Health and Social Care Partnership to look at savings to increase that. But currently we have a commitment from our partners in the council to give us an additional just over £4 million this year. And we have asked NHS Grampian to consider an increased budget as well to enable us to deliver a balanced budget for this financial year. I think it does highlight the significant, if you go to the page 42, it does show our savings there that we've got forward, as I said, our 14.3 million projected savings plan, and we are looking to that. Obviously, we've also taken up our medium-term financial forecast, and it does look like we're going to have substantial savings to make in future years as well. Thank you. I'm going to pass back to Pam now.
Thank you. So in relation to the Aberdeenshire Health and Social Care Partnership position, so for 24-25, we've got a predicted outcome of £24.9 million, and we have no reserves for the IJB to cover that. Around the budget build for 25-26, that was taken based on our outcome at the 30th of November. So what we took was the existing spending at that point and took out what was non-recurringly funded. And then we identified what the predicted budget pressures would be, and they're mainly around, as you can see, are around things like pay awards, national insurance, and care home contract rates, of which there's been, we've now got confirmation it's not going to be 9%, it's going to be around 6%, which is very helpful, and will support our position slightly. And then we looked at where that would then create a predicted gap of £36.9 million. Against that, we have got then some additional funding that is coming in of around £2 million, and then that created us looking at where we would make savings. So we have got a 2.5% efficiency saving that will be layered across budgets, which will achieve £8 million. We've got savings of £7.8 million, which relates to service redesigns. Now that is part year, so that will come in towards the back end of the year from the decisions that we're making and the implementation during the year. And we've got some increased charging of £3.9 million. In total, that created a gap of £17.2 million, where we have sought support from partners in relation to that. And as part of our medium-term financial strategy, what we'll be looking at is how we can become more sustainable, so we will not need that support going forward. And that will relate to some of the savings we're doing this year, which will have a full year impact next year, but also further redesigns which we are starting this year, which will have an impact next year. So around the savings, you can see that we've got identified ones in relation to social care, which relate to transport services for adults, review of in-house care home provision, and our learning disability day services, as well as older people's day services, and also around our home care services. So those are areas where we will be looking at bringing back proposals to the May IJB for decision making, and with a view to achieving those savings in year, with then full year savings in future years around that. The IJB has a recovery plan in place, which is a responsibility that we need to have when we are in this overspend position, and that will set out how we will seek to achieve sustainability going forward. So I'll now hand over to Judith in relation to the Moray position. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam, and good morning, colleagues. In a similar position, or similarly set out in the papers as Aberdeen and Aberdeenshire, we set out the overspend position for the IJB for the end of this year, and also the budget pressures that we were facing and what we were looking at in terms of setting our budget for this year. Starting position for that was 18.4 million, offset somewhat by some additional funding, which was provided by our partners, and also a proportion, an element of funding to support part, although not whole, of the pressure relating to the employer's national insurance contribution. That brought our total target for this year to around about £12.2 million to achieve through savings. Some of those savings that, in terms of the balanced budget that we brought to the IJB in March, will be achieved by savings that had been identified last year, which will carry forward over into this year. And I think one of the approaches that we're all looking at as IJBs, and certainly looking at in Moray, is how we continue to construct multi-year budgets that support us delivering over time, because we all know from our medium-term financial strategies and calculations that we're looking at significant gaps in coming years as well, and that whole process of finding balance over that and sustainability in that time frame is going to be a key consideration for me and my senior management team now that we're into this financial year. So we did bring proposals to the IGB at the end of March, which proposed a balanced budget, that's set out in the following slides, and that budget was approved. We have set out a number of savings, and more detail of that can be found in the budget papers, which I think you have links to. I would say that whilst we've presented a balanced budget, it will be very challenging to deliver that. We've put a huge amount of effort into the oversight and delivery and support to our frontline teams and delivering those savings over the course of the year. And as Fiona set out, our key aim in this is to protect as far as possible our most vulnerable people and communities, and to continue to support frontline services, as well as focus wherever we can on that shift in the balance of care, supporting individuals in their own independence, early intervention and prevention where we know we can make strides. So we're trying to balance all of those things through both the budget, savings, delivery and our strategic delivery plan. I can take questions, as I'm sure our colleagues can, but I think what we were going to do was really just finish on the last slide in your pack on this, which is about the risks that we all face. And these are common risks across our system on that final slide. The impact of legacy overspends, the impact of standing gaps in our budgets and the ability or challenge in trying to address those. Obviously, and I think one that's very key to us all, and certainly to this board and to our IGBs when we discuss these matters, it's the impact of these savings and the impact of the activities on performance. Oh, I think
excuse me, can someone go on mute, please? Everyone go on mute, apart from Judith.
Thanks, Alison. The performance expectations, so really keen to understand how we continue to support good performance wherever we can in relation to this, and that is a key aspect of the work that we're doing. What impact do savings in services have on meeting those demands? Pam touched on in her element of the presentation, the increasing demand. We see increasing complexity across our services. We see the impact of complexity in children's services coming through, and that is an issue whether you're an integrated partnership, as mine is, with children's services within it, or a service where children transition into adult services. And of course, complexity in adult services. We are increasingly hoping to provide care for people in their own homes, and increasingly individuals are coming at within those services with rising demand and complexities. Obviously, the impact of the challenge in the financial systems of our local authorities, Scottish Government, national government and the NHS have an impact, and I think the emphasis that's provided here in the board and also in our local systems, the importance of these joint discussions are so vital to us managing those shared financial challenges. As chief officers, we're all engaged in tripartite conversations with our councils and with health board colleagues in relation to that, so that we've got a very open approach to understanding one another's financial challenges and doing what we can as a system to mitigate that. I would add to that, as well, as a trio of chief officers, we meet very regularly looking at where we can work together, where our teams can work together in terms of some of the harmonisation either of the savings programmes, or where we can work together to actually identify things that we could do that would have a positive impact on finance in a pan-Grampian way. And I think obviously the wider challenges set out there, I think we've touched on. So I'm happy to stop there, and I'm sure myself and Fiona and Pam very happy to take any questions board members might have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Judith, Fiona and Pam, for that introduction. And a point you make at the end, I think, as Judith, is really important as well. Working together on this and having joint discussions and joint understanding of everyone's budgets, I think it's absolutely crucial at the moment. I'm pleased to see how that has developed over the last year, but really stress how important that is going forward as well, to have that work done together so that we can look at the challenges and see the impact of everyone's actions within that as well. I think just before we move on to any questions particular, obviously these budget papers are brought to us for noting, the budget papers from the IJBs. Obviously, the decisions about the budgets are made within each separate IJB, and each separate IJB has responsibility for looking at the impacts and also looking at the delivery of those savings. But I think it's really beholden on us as a board, though, with the finance paper we have in front of us, to recognise the importance of the work of the IJBs on the overall budget situation in NHS Grampian across the wider North East as well, and to look at the budget savings you've suggested and you've put forward within the individual budgets here, and really seek assurance that you are working to deliver those budget savings, you're working with commitment to deliver them despite the challenges that are being faced, and that we can have that assurance that there really is a focus on achieving what you've said you'll achieve within the budgets put in front of us before us today. I don't know if Judith wants to comment on that before I move to the other questions and other chief officers. Thank you.
Yeah. Absolutely. Very happy to talk to the process that we have in place in Moray. We've set up our budget savings oversight group, which is a key senior leadership team oversight group where we look monthly at the delivery of our savings projects. Each project is delivered by a senior responsible officer. We've got a programme management PMO approach to doing that, where we can focus regularly on those savings that are most challenging, where we need to remove any obstacles, roadblocks, and that really helps us keep an eye on what we're delivering month by month, so that we've got an overall confidence as officers in terms of delivery, or we know where we're challenged around that and what mitigations we need to put in place. And we report this regularly into our audit scrutiny committee and into the IJB as well, so we're keeping them well updated. I talked about the tripartite meetings that we have with Alex and our Section 95 colleague in the local authority, making sure that we're keeping them appraised and also getting updates from them as well. So hopefully that describes the kind of governance and the very active approach that we take to managing delivery of these savings in Moray.
Thank you very much, Judith. Thank you. Sandy, please.
Thanks, Alison. And it follows on very much from what both you've just said and Judith. I mean, firstly, just a comment. I mean, I'm very conscious of the huge challenges across the system, and I've been very impressed with what's been happening in Moray in relation to the very inclusive approach to try to take forward what is a very difficult and challenging situation. I suppose I want to come back to something that I suppose I mentioned to Adam right at the beginning in relation to pathways, and I'm just conscious that for the public in Grampian, you know, there'll be very complex patterns of people accessing and moving through services. And I'm sure that the public would expect us to be all working very closely together in relation to that. I got only kind of limited assurance at a recent meeting of PAFIC in relation to the collaborative leadership taking place between NHS Grampian and the 3 IJBs, working together to look at all the work that Judith and others have described in trying to come up with savings plans, etc. I mean, my expectation in terms of active governance across the whole system would be that that the 4 parties, if you like, will feel comfortable about challenging how realistic and achievable and deliverable all the plans are, and in particular making sure that no savings being proposed in one part of the system could have unintended consequences elsewhere when it came to pathways, etc. I suppose I'm looking for assurance that that active governance, and I mean really frequent meetings, are taking place with the 4 parties to make sure that things are realistic, that the risks are being anticipated and managed, and that they're being delivered at pace.
Thank you, Sandy. That's very helpful. Pam, you put your hand up to answer, I think.
Yes, I did. Thanks very much. And I'll speak for, I'm sure the other chief officers will come in as well. So I think absolutely we can give you that assurance. So I think if I take two areas as exemplars, so you can see that a lot of the savings that we're needing to achieve across the health and social care partnerships relate to social care, and that could have implications both for adults and for older people. So it's really important that we do that joint work and monitoring. So we have actually, we've got, and particularly around unscheduled care, and for me it would be around delayed discharges, we've got a dashboard that we share across us, which shows KPIs around where we've been making changes to the system and what implications that might be having. And we review that weekly across between the chief officers and Geraldine Fraser from a Musk perspective. But we also then are taking that into our change, and you'll see later on in the agenda, around the redesign work that we're doing around discharge without delay, to say, well, with the money that we actually have got in the system, how do we make it the most efficient that we possibly can, and use that to best effect? And then, as you say, be really aware if we've made a change, what are the implications around that, and what mitigations can we put in place? So that is a real live consideration, both at a strategic level, but also then more tactically. And then another area where would be an example around that is that we work very closely across mental health, learning, disability services. So we come together, the operational leads come together to look at how we're using finances to best effect, and then we do that at a strategic level too. And that's been where we've been looking at, so for example, examples of using finances to best effect. But if we are making changes, how can we do that most collaboratively? And one of the areas we're looking at, for example, is the best use of the medical funding we have for our psychiatrists across Grampian, to see how we can address, certainly for us in relation to locum pressures, but by working collaboratively across Grampian on that, then we can use the finances that we do have to best effect. So there's certainly, we do it strategically, but also there's some real tangible areas where we can show that in practice.
Thank you, Pam. Sandy had asked for assurance. Sandy, does that give you any assurance, or is there something more you need?
I think it helps, and I think perhaps some of the reporting to board meetings and PAFIC, be much more specific about change and delivery would be really helpful. And I think the examples that Pam's given would be good. I suppose the other bit of that jigsaw is, are we actively checking what happens out with Grampian in relation to some ideas, and are we also actively working with our partners out with the Grampian area in relation to some service solutions? So because I think sometimes there's a worry that IJBs, and having been in one, IJBs can be very kind of insular, looking at trying to create their own solutions. I think it's more complicated across Grampian, but we need to look much wider as well, just to reassure ourselves in relation to service models and how they need to evolve, and potential risks that we need to avoid. That would be a bit pointless repeating others' mistakes, but just that bit would be useful. But I think, Chair, I think it is helpful to get very tangible examples of how things are changing, and how we're working that together.
Thank you, and to emphasise the importance of that collaboration and learning from others is crucial too. And obviously the other word you'd mentioned, Sandy, was working at pace. I think that's something as well that needs to be brought into it. Thank you. Thank you. Richie, please.
Yeah, thanks, Alison. And a couple of my points have already been covered, but just in addition to that, totally recognise, as you said in your introduction, that the IGBs have their own separate governance systems, and totally respect that. I sit in the city, Aberdeen City IGB, and just to kind of reassure and support the input from the chief officers that the IGB there absolutely recognise the importance of achieving financial balance and having prioritised services, sustainable prioritised services, particularly important, and that medium-term financial framework. It's not just about year on year; it's about that kind of multi-year planning. It's so important just to take some more risk out of the system, if you like, and also that the IGB were also very much aware of the impact on any budget pressures on this Aberdeen City Council in this case, and also NHS Grampian. So just a reinforcement of that awareness and importance of having that balanced books. The other point is around really welcome the collaboration, and it comes across very strongly from the three chief officers in terms of the work you do in each of the three parts of Grampian, and sharing information, sharing approaches. I think it's really good. My question, I guess, is around where we've got the three IGBs having different savings options, if you like, being taken forward, is there a risk of any differential level of services within the IGBs themselves across the 3 different parts of Grampian? I totally support Sandy's point around that the kind of four parties, if you like, coming together to make sure that's collaborated, there's collaboration there. But is there any potential risk that we may have different health and care systems in different parts of Grampian that might just mean a differential level of service depending where you live? So any comment on that would be helpful in terms of reassurance, I guess, as well.
Thank you, Richard. That's helpful. I don't know who would like. Judith, you've indicated. Thank you.
I think the short answer to that, Richie, is yes, there is a risk of that being the case, but I would probably balance that with we probably always have had a degree of variation in the shape of our services in each parts of Grampian. You know, probably pre-IJB, but certainly in relation to things like the strategic plan and the requirement for an IJB to have a strategic plan that meets the needs of its population. So some of that variation we'll have in place will be very positive. I think the important thing for us as a system is to look at the outcomes that we achieve through what we provide, rather than trying to have everything look the same. It's trying to assure ourselves that as far as we're able to, we're delivering similar outcomes for people in relation to our statutory functions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Richard's nodding. Thank you, Judith. Mark, please.
Thanks very much, and thank you. I welcome the report. I want to go back a little bit to the system across Scotland. Obviously, we are not much different from other areas across Scotland, and the funding shortfalls are fairly significant from across all of those ones. I think the lack of reserves is a little bit concerning as well. I know that will be brought into your financial plans, but how are we going to build those reserves back up? Because we're obviously going to have to try and get back to a balanced budget and then try and build those reserves for future times ahead, and that obviously concerns me a little bit. The other aspect, I suppose, is prescribing. We talk about this a lot, and it's one of my hobby horses. We've got global pressures that are going to potentially impact on that prescribing budget, and that has become very, very apparent over the last number of weeks. So that is something that obviously we'll have to watch with interest. So yeah, some challenging times ahead, I think. And obviously, Sandy covered it, the unintentional consequences of potentially cutting services out in the IJB, or maybe pausing some services or changes of services might have a secondary impact coming back into the acute services as well. I think Pam mentioned the delayed discharge impacts that could have. I think we need to be very mindful and careful to watch that, and Pam's obviously gives some assurance that is definitely on the radar. So just those couple of points. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Pam, you were talking about the national picture. Would you like to respond to Mark?
Yeah, so absolutely, you're correct in relation to the reserves positions. And part of the issues around the IJB's integration schemes is it requires us to use our reserves up. So and before you come back to your funding partners for additional support, so that is you know, so you're absolutely right. To get to a sustainable position, we will need to be able to balance our budgets and then be able to achieve a reserve position. So you know, that clearly is going to be a big issue to climb. Around the prescribing, I think you know, you're absolutely correct. When we looked at over the last few years, which has been an enormous increase in cost to IJBs around primary care prescribing, a lot of that has been international pressures and the cost of medications. So we've been, you know, the very active primary care prescribing group, I'm sure you're aware of, where we're looking at, you know, switching between medications, being very active around that. And we've got really good and active engagement from GPs and GP clusters around that, running with specific enhanced services or targeted areas, but also around wider efficiencies, you know, for example, around waste. So I think that needs to be something, because if you look at our whole IJB spend, prescribing is a significant element of the whole IJB spend. So I think it's around there's some things where we cannot impact necessarily on the wider pressures, like national insurance, but where other areas where we can, and we need to be really active around that.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Mark. Okay, thank you. And we move on to Colette, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to welcome this broader discussion that we're having early on in the agenda. I think it's been incredibly helpful, and the informative presentations, not just on our local issues, but on the national level in relation to the financial challenges faced right throughout the system. I think it's been very, very helpful. I just want to support Sandy's point about unintended consequences, and what's really important is to also think about the cumulative effects of some of the proposals that are on the table, where individual families might actually be affected by more than one, and in fact across IJB boundaries. The postcode lottery that Richie mentioned, I think, is really important to mention as well. And there are already anecdotal stories about people moving so that their particular family needs can be met by IJBs elsewhere. So that's something to bear in mind. And my last point is an observation. If you look at the financial gap as percentage of budget on page 37, it struck me that those with the largest financial gaps are predominantly the larger rural areas in Scotland, and they're all pretty much above the average financial gap. So my question then is, has anyone thought about that? Is Scottish Government thinking about it? And is anything being done about the specific challenges faced in large rural areas?
Thank you for your comments, Colette. Pam's coming back on that one, I think. Pam.
Yeah, definitely. So the a subgroup of the chief officers of rural areas have met to try and identify the specific issues in relation to rurality, and then feed that into the Scottish Government. And they also did have the Health and Social Care Sports Committee had a specific look around this too. So it is a known issue. So if you think about providing a lot of the services that are provided, such as vaccinations, you need to spread that over a wider geography. That's less efficient. But also, if I think of my care at home services, a lot of more travel between appointments to see people at home. So that is a built-in inefficiency that you have in rural areas, as well as workforce issues. So I think it is a known issue which areas like Audit Scotland have identified too. So I think it's unfortunately, though there's some recognition of that in funding formulas, I think that what's showing is it's maybe not sufficient for the particular issues around rurality. And I think you'd mentioned, Colette, at our IJB at the potential of looking at things from a rural focus and having that kind of economic analysis to be able to demonstrate that further. So I think it is maybe something that we could look at in more detail.
Thank you for that, Pam. I think Fiona's coming in as well, though, to answer.
Yeah, it was just one of your points, Colette, and thank you for raising them. We're speaking about people potentially moving and that impact, that I guess that disparity potential. So we've done a workshop with our wider teams collectively together, looking at our budgets, a bit of a show and tell. So this is what we're proposing, this is what we're looking at, just to make sure that we've got that, trying to get that consistency. So Judith's absolutely right. There will be a bit of variation because for multiple different reasons. One of the things that you've just spoken about, the rurality, and Pam speaking about our travel and such like, but there is also, we are absolutely working together and getting that learning. So actually, if there's something really good that Aberdeenshire or Murray are taking, that we can take into the city. So I guess just to give you that assurance that we are collectively working together on that, and there's future workshops together, so we can do that continued share learning, and just to try and do all we can to reduce that impact for individuals, and that we don't get that huge variation between us. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Fiona. Colette, is you content with the answers there?
No, I'd just like to say thanks for all of that, and Pamela's points about the consideration of rurality. As I mentioned at the Aberdeenshire IJB, the Scottish Government have been looking at, I don't know if they're thinking about reintroducing rural proofing, but they've certainly commissioned a report on rural proofing, which was published in December. So I think it is very much a live issue for the Scottish Government, and I think we really ought to keep on top of that in terms of the rurality of Grampian.
Thank you very much, Colette. Thank you. John, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the reports and the presentation there. So I'm Chair of currently of Aberdeenshire IJB as well. You started off, Alison, asking about the commitment to achieve the savings, and that's been provided as a commitment. And we've had a really good discussion, I think, on the various aspects that colleagues have articulated. The ask from the three IJBs I'm noting there is for underwriting in the current year of 18.8 million. We've got double that in the report that's coming up a bit later, and that provides some wriggle room, if you like. But so my conclusion in listening to this and I suppose being part of things is that we are getting a grip of it, which is much more robust than we've been, but we're not there yet. And in terms of assurance, I think it's just articulating that and putting that on the table, if you like, that we need to keep working at this. I think we've got an intention here and we've got plans, but we've still got to find a way of how we navigate the balance between the different aspects. And it's undoubtedly going to be the case that there's going to be difficulties, because there are going to be people in the community who are going to lose some services as we achieve these savings. So I think in terms of us putting a marker down of where we're assured, I think we are definitely moving strongly in the right direction, but we've got to keep working at this and hopefully have further sight of this as we go through the board meetings this year as to the progress. Thank you.
I welcome those comments, John. Building on what I said earlier as well, yes, it's really important that we have a direction here, but we need to keep that direction going. We need to focus on it, and we need to move at pace as well on that, working together on these issues as well. So thank you for raising that, John. I was going to mention something, but Alex, come in first, please. Alex.
Yeah, John, just to kind of confirm that we will bring regular updates on the IGB position and how that's impacting on the NHS Grampian position through our regular budget monitoring reports to PAFIC and the board. And I think your comment in relation to the, what's been put into the NHS Grampian financial plan is valid as well in that space. So we're certainly mindful of the challenges that the IGBs are facing, and the progress that's being made, but we need to keep on monitoring that. And once we're able to monitor that, we might be able to bring that forecast down.
Thank you very much, Alex. And that relates to what I was going to say as well. I think this needs to be something we put on our action tracker as well, for the regular monitoring, starting from next meeting onwards, of the IJB savings and where we are as a system as well. So we can word that appropriately and put it on the action plan for both the board and for the relevant committee as well. Okay, thank you. Alison will note that. I can't see any other comments. I think that the importance of the IJB work for the wider financial system is absolutely clear. So welcome the commitment given by the three IJB chief officers for the work they're doing to keep to the budgets they put forward as IJBs as well. And obviously that further monitoring from all of us will be important as we move forward as well. So welcome updates at meetings as we go forward on that one, and that will be added to the action tracker. Okay, I can't see any other comments here now. So we're asked to note these papers, and I think we've well and truly noted them. So can we agree that then, and then move on to item 7, which is the Anchor project update. I'm going to turn first to Nick Fluck to introduce this, and then he'll turn to Colin. Adam, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Delighted to be here and to introduce this paper. Firstly, I'm going to give an apology and a small correction on my designation on the paper. It's been slightly over generous. I'm no longer the medical director. I am the SRO on the project, but just for the note, I think that's important. Whilst I'm joined by Colin, Adam, who's I'm going to hand over to in a second. Whilst this paper does cover both the Anchor Centre project and the Baird Family Hospital project, the focus is really around the Anchor Centre. And I think in this open meeting, it's helpful to just, particularly for the public, to restate that this is going to be a state-of-the-art outpatient facility for patients who are supported and under the care of the oncology, radiotherapy and haematology teams. And that includes both benign conditions as well as malignancies. We thought it would be really helpful just to step people through the completion strategy and the steps in that, particularly around the Anchor Centre. And so I'm going to pass over to Colin, who's just going to take us through a very small number of slides to try and illustrate that, and then happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, and good morning, members. And thanks very much for the opportunity to come and give this presentation. I'm going to share some slides, and apologies for the sneak preview that I'd given earlier. but I thought it was helpful just to, present to you, as Nick said, the completion strategy for the building. So the paper's been separated into the two buildings this time, just to give an update to where we are and the focus on the steps that we're taking. You'll see here in the image that the anchor centre is now largely complete. It looks like and it feels like a completed entity, and the only thing that is stopping that is that we currently have a pause on construction just now, while there was a deliberation on the completion strategy. And you'll see within the paper that they're at the stage when there was an awareness of potential design changes, a pause was instructed to the contractor. That pause, however, has enabled the building to be completed and for some of the commissioning works to be undertaken in advance of occupation and in advance of an instruction. So the progress to date, as I said, we've paused the construction with good intent, but continued on with the commissioning progress. In the last month, we've taken a series of papers to the chief executive team on the decision for the completion strategy, and I'm pleased to say that that's now been agreed on the basis of a limited scope of works, which introduces the potential of occupying the building a lot earlier than that if there had been an extended scope of works undertaken, which would potentially have dragged the completion through to the end of 2026 and occupation in 2027. Over the past month, there has been a series of multi-stakeholder risk workshops to high-scribe the process to completion. And just for those who aren't aware of the high-scribe process, that is a multi-stakeholder risk-based analysis of some of the decisions around the work that's to be undertaken and how that work should be protected for the sake of patient safety. So the risk workshops have been ongoing, identifying both the clinical, operational, and technical risks within the building. And from that, the project team have been able to develop an updated clinical brief and output specifications, which have led really to instructions now going to the contractor and their supply chain to undertake a series of works. In conjunction with that, the team have engaged extensively with NHS Scotland Assure about this process, and from this we now have a programme of activity, both of the contractor design element and the NHS Scotland Assure assurance process and the consequential construction that will come from that. In terms of the forthcoming activity, the contractor will now move into a process of developing revised designs for the areas where there is to be change. As I mentioned, the programme now has a series of gateways for stakeholders within the board to sign off on the proposals that the contractor comes forward with. We have a series of key stage assurance review submissions to NHS Scotland Assure agreed with respective timescales embodied around that. And then thereafter, the contractor will look to execute the approved works once these gateway reviews and key stage assurance reviews have been agreed and signed off. And the commissioning process, as I said, has been ongoing, but will continue through to completion. And I think the key thing here to identify is that the water system that we did pause under the instruction due to guidance that really had come from the results of the Scottish Hospital inquiry with the situation in Glasgow. We have not yet instructed that piece of work, and that will not commence until all of the reconstruction is actually complete. Following on from that, and ongoing at present is snagging works. The contractors had the opportunity to have a building that's complete and to be able to undertake a lot of the early snagging, and that's been very helpful. And once the commissioning and handover KSAR is fully discharged, we'll start the functional commissioning activities post handover, and that's the equipping of the building, the training of staff that will be involved in not only occupying the building for service but for maintaining the building. And there will be throughout that full process again a subsequent phase of the high scribe to risk assess and manage how the building will go through the commissioning process and occupation. And then at the appropriate stage, the service will be migrated into the new building. So in terms of a timeline, this is a timeline that we've identified both in engagement with the contractor, with NHS Scotland Assure, with service colleagues and with the project team. And you'll see here, we've now passed the point of instructing the contractor following the development and conclusion of the clinical brief. The contractor is now involved in developing their revised design, and the construction activity will come once the gateway reviews have concluded on that process. But you'll see there in line 3 that some of the construction activity that doesn't require internal stakeholder review has commenced and is nearing completion already. What we're anticipating is that by the end of September, we look likely to see the construction being completed. And thereafter, as I mentioned, that is the point when the commissioning of the water systems will occur. There will be no commissioning of any water system until the point of construction completion is fully undertaken. We anticipate positively that the contract completion will be towards the end of the year. We've been given indicative dates of December 2025, and we recognise that these are realistic in terms of the ongoing conversations that we've had with all parties. What that will bring us to is a position where we will have access to the building pre-Christmas, but we don't look to start the functional commissioning process until post-Christmas, when some of the pressures on the service are likely to be lesser. So post-Christmas, we would look to have up to a 9-week functional commissioning process, as I said, of equipping, continuing to maintain and train staff on the building, and then look to migrate the service into the building within the first quarter of 2026. So subject to any unknown risks that develop, I think we're in a good position really that we would look to have the service in the first quarter of 2026. Just a quick update on the Baird Family Hospital. As you can see here in the photograph, construction activity has progressed at pace. The building is now in a very well developed situation where there is extensive works internally to fully complete all of the spaces across the floors. The building is weathertight with all of the functional spaces established. Similar to the anchor, we've been going through a process of holding multi-stakeholder reviews of the HEI concerns, and from that we will look to develop over the course of the next month an updated clinical brief and output specification for the 2 key areas that were identified within the design review, that being the theatres and the neonatal unit. And similar to the anchor, we've had continued engagement with NHS Scotland Assure, who have given support to the approach that we're taking. So by the June board, we will return with further updates and a definitive programme around completion of the Baird. So thank you. I'll open that up now for any questions that anyone has in relation to the presentation or the paper.
Colin, that was very helpful seeing the slides as well. I appreciate that. Questions already. Sandy, please.
Colin and Nick, a huge thank you for this report. And Colin, thank you for the very detailed report that you gave to PAFIC recently in relation to the projects. It was very much appreciated and certainly provided me with a lot of assurance in relation to how to manage these really complex projects with so many changes and challenges taking place, and given us a very strong sense of how you've managed that. I suppose just considering just how many changes and obstacles and challenges that you've had to manage along the way and how many parties have to be involved in that, I suppose what would be useful is just some sense from yourself and Nick when it comes to the governance of it, you know, in relation to the project board, the asset management group, access to CET, and all the people that you have to pull in, the specialists, etc. Do you feel reasonably confident, particularly at this stage of the project, that you have the skills, knowledge, experience, and the authority to call on to get things done quickly when you need it? Or are there particular obstacles that we need to be aware of?
Nick, would you like me to answer that first?
Yeah, Colin, if you come in first, I'm really happy to come in following that. I've got maybe a couple of comments that you may or may not cover. Thank you, Colin.
Certainly. Sandy, I think over the past 12 months, the introduction of the technical advisor team, the support network that we have now into the project, has given us a lot more confidence. It's brought the skills and expertise that perhaps the project didn't have at the earlier stages. And it's brought confidence from NHS Scotland Assure that the board have the respective knowledge and expertise to be able to drive these decisions. In terms of the project board, I think the project board is very robust. It has a great wealth of experience and knowledge. And in fact, a piece of work that Nick and I have worked on over the past month is following the interim submission by Lord Brodie from the Scottish Hospital Inquiry, is doing a gap analysis of the recommendations and where the project may have fallen short. And one of the pieces of work around that is an analysis of the roles and responsibilities and expertise within the project board. I think some of the decisions that we have been faced with have been very complex, and they're not decisions where there's a binary answer, and that's been seen where we've had to escalate that to the chief executive for a decision. But what I'm hopeful of now is that we are embarking on a process now where we understand decisions can come, following a risk-based approach, in which we have the technical advice to support and underpin these decisions going forward. So I would certainly say now, 12 months into the process, that I feel a lot more confident in the approach that's being taken. I'll allow Nick to contribute to that.
I think Colin's captured it, actually. I mean, the complexity, as you rightly say, Sandy, covers, I guess, movement in a really complex environment around design philosophy, expert opinion, changes in guidance and changes in regulation. And the NHS Assure process, which I think is very, very helpful, encourages wide stakeholder engagement in that. So you bring to the table all of the views around those different sort of domains. And that's very helpful. And as Colin says, specifically for the project, I asked Colin and commissioned Colin to carry out that gap analysis for us really to make sure that are there any alterations or changes we should make in terms of our project structure, support, resource, to ensure that we take all of the learning as early as possible from the hospital's inquiry, recognising that Scottish Government, NHS Assure and NHS boards are almost certainly going to do a deep dive analysis of those reports when they're fully produced.
Sandy?
That was really helpful and really encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Hussein, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have 3 questions. Hopefully 2 are relatively straightforward. One touches upon the point that Sandy just made. Can I firstly add my thanks to you for the report, and thank you for separating those buildings out into the 2 separate components. I think that made it much more readable, and it allowed me to get a much better handle on the timelines. I'd like to go back to the point Sandy made around the project board and the route of assurance to the executive, and you alluded to that in your answer when you said, and forgive me if I misquote you, you said there were some decisions which don't have a binary answer. And we see that in the paper where there were 2 occasions where the board couldn't come to consensus. It was escalated to the executive. I just wondered if you wanted to give some narrative around the rationale that was used within the executive to come to that decision which the board were unable to reach.
Nick, would you like to?
Yeah, no, very happy to do that. Again, I think what I'd probably reference back to is through this very complex period where there's been a huge amount of learning in Scotland about very big infrastructure projects, we definitely have changes in what I would call design philosophy, expert opinion, guidance and regulation. And so those all carry, if you like, different weights in terms of how you might pursue where you move forward. And I think some of the principles, and these were referenced in the Scottish Hospitals Inquiry, that are very important, are firstly this issue about, I guess, ensuring that you have a high quality, safe environment is not a binary decision. That is a spectrum where one is balancing one risk versus another. So I'll give you a tiny example of that type of thing. In design philosophy, if one is centered around absolutely reduced risk of, let's say, infection, one naturally falls into an area where you design things around single rooms in a sort of sealed environment. If you take a design philosophy which is much more holistic, then you start designing open plan areas which communicate with the natural world. So I think the first thing in terms of trying to make the decisions is to understand where they sit on those spectrum. Are they design philosophy? Are they expert opinion? Are they changes in guidance? Are they changes in regulation? So they carry different weights within that. So that first sort of bit of learning that it isn't binary, it is a spectrum where you're balancing the risks. I think the second bit of learning is in quite a lot of these areas, one is reliant on expert opinion, and that is very valuable. But when we look at that in a medical context, expert opinion is actually the lowest tier of evidence that's used for decision making. Really, really valuable. But in terms of sort of balanced against sort of direct trial data or information that tells you one thing is right versus another, versus bringing in people's views. And we completely recognize that experts have a range of view. So I think the second thing is recognition that that's incredibly valuable, but it has to be put in place against those other things. Guidance naturally falls out often of expert opinion, and again, that moves at a different pace, and regulation, again, moves at a further pace from that. And I guess the example that I would give around that, not necessarily within the Anchor project, but let's say around splash distances around sinks, there is a movement in opinion and into guidance that in some environments a splash zone should be reduced from 2 meters down to 1 meter and that obviously has a huge design consequence in terms of that type of thing. So one has to balance that across the utility of the building, who's going to go in it, what's the risk of the patients, where are we sitting in terms of the information going into that. And that's why we've used a consensus approach in terms of the project board rather than a voting approach, which means that in some of these complex areas, it is often going to be the case that you don't reach an absolute consensus, which is why we have a specified way of escalating that into a formal process that results in the point at which the chief executive needs to make a decision. And of course, we take all the information from the experts in Scottish Government, NHS Assure and others to try to take that balanced approach. That was quite a lot of words. I hope that helped.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Nick. And as someone who's quite a practical person myself, those examples were really helpful to exemplify what you were referencing there. So thank you. 2 other questions, Chair, if I may, which are hopefully quite short. There's a reference in the paper to the main water supply pipe being replaced. Can I ask, is that something which was always going to happen, or is that as a consequence of some of the tribulations we've been through in the project?
Yes, certainly, Hussein, I can answer that question. The main supply leg that was installed by the contractor provides a feed of water into the building, or a secondary feed of water into the Anchor Centre, and that pipe was capped and left in situ until the building was ready to connect it to the water tanks. In advance of the instruction to pause the water systems, that piece of work had been completed and the water pipe itself had actually been filled. So it happened in advance of the formal instruction. The pipe, unfortunately, has been sitting for a number of months now where it has stagnant water potentially in the pipe, and as such, there is a risk that's been identified by IPC colleagues on that front. So we considered a range of options in terms of sterilising the pipe or trying to work to the pipe, but the best approach following wide consideration was to replace the pipe.
Thanks very much. That makes sense. And my final question is really, again, just a point about process for my own knowledge and perhaps for colleagues, if anything else. There's reference in the paper around the assessment on potential mitigation of inequalities having been done in 2018. We're obviously now in 2025. For a project that's taken a number of years, admittedly, some of the inequalities will still be there, but I'm just wondering if it would be standard procedure just to rely on the assessment that was done at the outset, or would there be a view to do a soft touch review of that just to make sure that we are addressing the needs of our population?
Colin?
It's a valid question, and certainly something I've noted myself about the date. It's a question I would have to take away, Hussein, and review that. I think it would be valuable, certainly. I think there has been a lot of learning that we've taken from this, and undoubtedly there will have been a lot of change since 2018. So perhaps the chair could seek to add that to the action list.
I have just done that. You saw me pick up my pen. I've added that to the action list there. I think that'd be a really useful thing to put on our action list and come back to as well. So thank you. Review whether we need another impact assessment if we do do it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Colin. And thank you for those questions, the same. Thank you. Derek, please.
Thanks, Chair. For the benefit of the minute, it would be helpful to note that Colin was good enough to give me a briefing on this paper. So a lot of the questions that I had have been answered. So my thanks to Colin for that. And also to note that 3 of us non-execs are going to a visit to Bird and Anchor to look at the changes that are going to be implemented before operation. But I've one comment, which is it's on page 25. It talks about in January 25, sorry, page 50. In January 25, the Scottish Government wrote to NHS Grampian advising that all further design changes, unless considered essential in securing a supported key stage review from NHS Assure, would be considered discretionary spend. And if instructed into the projects, these costs would be removed from the board's formula capital budget over a number of years. Now, my interpretation of that is that basically they are telling us what they think. And I think that's really helpful, given that this has had to go to the chief executive for decision on how to take this forward. So I just wanted to note that, in my view, that was exceptionally important document coming from Scottish Government. Could have had it a while ago, I would have hoped for, but to get it has allowed a decision to be made, which is really helpful in taking the thing forward. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Derek. I think that's a really important point to make as well about that letter that came in January, I believe. So thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, I can't see any other indications of anyone wanting to speak there. So I thank everyone for the contributions. Thanks for the presentation, Colin and Nick, as well. That made it very helpful, as Hussein said. And we have an action to take forward as well. So with that, can we have the recommendations on the Anchor Centre project, an update on the key matters we've got in front of us, and the ongoing construction of the Baird Family Hospital, including the recent change in the scope of work. And we're asked to note the current project cost, programme and risk management. Can we note the progress and note the current cost, programme and risk management, please? Can we do that?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that one. Then, and moving on then, thank you very much, Nick and Colin. And moving on to item 8, the Health Board collaboration and leadership. I'm passing to Adam to introduce this paper, please. Adam.
Thank you very much, Alison. I was just going to do a very brief intro to this. Hopefully it's clear in the paper. I think this is a really positive thing as a country and as an approach, and working in a really collaborative way with both government and other health board areas. As you'll understand from our current planned care and backlogs, I think if as a country we deliver this and manage to work differently, I think Grampian will be a real benefit for our patients of this slightly different way of working, certainly for this initial phase before we get into a more balanced demand and capacity position in the future. And I'm really happy to take any questions or comments and explain anything further that's not clear to people, or respond to any comments that people have about it. Alison, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. I think that the theme of this board actually is collaboration in many ways as well. There's lots of papers relating to collaboration. So this is part of our ongoing philosophy about how we do things as well. So welcome the direction of collaboration here, but I think there's maybe bits and pieces within it we need to tease out as well. So hopefully those will be brought out in this discussion as well. So first of all, Hussein, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Adam, for the report. And can I also put on record my thanks to you and your team for the work that you've done in engaging cross-partner and cross-health board as well. A transparency statement: I'm currently the Vice Chair and soon to be incoming Chair of the Aberdeen City IJB. And given the reference to social care in the paper, I wondered if you might be able to give us some narrative as to what the constructs are for decision making, for the passing on of information, and for ensuring that the IJBs, which have a vested role in social care, will be part of the wider decision-making process around this as well, and what the association and the linkage is between the IJB through the chief officers of the IJB to this executive group and to yourselves, just in terms of how that partnership works.
Adam?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I think if I was describing it, then there's a Venn diagram with two overlapping circles on the bit, with a key overlap with obviously how IJBs also work with councils. So there's quite a lot of work nationally through COSLA and working with both government and integration joint boards, and also obviously on the local basis how we work between health boards and councils with the integration joint board. There's been some discussion about formal representation on the group of from the chief officers group, and I think that's not yet concluded. So my understanding is that's still part of the discussion to see how to do that, Hussein. So I think you're asking the same questions that are being asked nationally about how we do that. That's probably where it's up to, and I can certainly keep people posted on how that progresses.
Thank you. I think work in progress, Hussein, I think, on that one. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. John, please.
Yeah, thanks, Alison. And yeah, welcome the report and see all the positives that can be there in terms of people getting access to provision. Just the messaging. I don't think the report touched on this aspect, but there's a lot going on around health and social care for the public, and this is clearly it's a national program of change, plus what we're doing locally. What are we doing in terms of lining up messaging for the public, so that there's an understanding, and rather than it coming out in dribs and drabs and then people are complaining about transport and things. So it's the messaging, but also how we're picking up on those aspects like transport. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Adam?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thanks, John. So I think the key messaging about the change is really what's referred to as the three products. So we've just had the government publish the operational plan. We've got the population health plan coming in a couple of months, and then the third bit of the product, the sort of transformation part of the health and care system going forward, is later in the summer. And certainly we've started conversations on a sort of an informal basis with government and the planning team that are developing the third product, and had a session with them in the north of Scotland just earlier this week. So I think there's something about that national messaging, and then I hope in the session we have after lunch around our route map to the future, there's a huge, again in my Venn diagram analysis, there's a huge overlap there with how we're doing the route map, our own delivery plan, and that absolute sitting in absolute accord with that government 3 products. And Stuart, after lunch, I think is going to say a little bit about the communication and some of the options we've got around how we engage with the public and also through the finance part as well. So there's probably a little bit more in the finance part, and Stuart and the team are definitely working on how we, if I've understood the nub of the question, John, how do we take the public awareness with us of the really, I suspect, very significant change that we're going to need to see in health and care over the coming immediate period, 5 years, 10 years. You know, I think there's lots happening quickly, and it's a long period of time that transformation will require to get back to that sustainability. I don't know if I've captured what you're after, John, or if I've
John will want to come back.
Something different.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I'll come back once we have the further conversation if required. But it's just there is so much change. There's reductions in capacity and budgets, and it's so that we're active in terms of how we take people with us, basically, and hear from them as to what the consequences are and can adapt. So thank you.
Yeah, and there's the 2 levels as well, isn't there? What we can do locally, but also what needs to be delivered nationally as well. And that's what we need to encourage as well,
yes.
The national messages. Thank you. Richie, please.
Thanks again for the paper. And again, another one, absolutely welcome the approach. Adam, in his answer to John's question, actually covered, I think, a lot of where I was going to just prod around, which is around how we embed it into our own thinking and planning. So I think that's largely been covered. But maybe just as a slight follow-up, and this is maybe work in progress as well, in terms of where we're at. Is there anything, Adam, you can say just now around work streams or work in progress that would be of particular interest to us in NHS Grampian at this point in time, that this collaboration might particularly be of interest around? Appreciate it's maybe relatively early days in some of that.
Thanks. Adam?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think my observation would be we've been working as a north collection, so 5 health boards across the north, so from Tayside up and including the islands, for a very long period of time. And somehow this change in tone, or this emphasis of tone, I think liberates something that was hard to get done, i.e. that another health board would ostensibly reduce or lengthen their waiting times to support another board to get an equity across a bigger area. And certainly the discussions we're having in the north around waiting times and what we might be able to do. And Paul might comment, Paul's leading a ton of really great work around planned care and what might be possible. And then at the other end of the planned bits, so bits that are becoming vulnerable, there's been loads and loads of work across the north around how we support vascular provision, because that's become sort of undeliverable in Highland as a result of people leaving and things. So again, how do we work on that immediate mutual aid part, which I think was probably always there, but that seems to be working a bit better. But then it's the next step of how do you overcome the vulnerability, understanding the workforce. And I think the really important development is how do you put in place a solution that has a mind to a few years' time, and so as you invest and change and do workforce changes, that then doesn't set the scene for something that in a decade's time you'd look back and say, God, how did we get to this position? That wasn't really ever the plan, around having still vibrant provision in enough areas across Scotland. I guess that normal bit is you do population planning, and most of the population sits in the middle of the central belt of Scotland. How do you resist that a bit, where everything ultimately migrates there at a certain level of specialism, but keep access locally? And I think that's the bit, again, as a country, we're working through in a really, really sensible way as we find our feet, balancing this immediate vulnerability with what you actually want to deliver over a slightly longer period of time. But it is very much emergent work in progress, and we're finding our feet collectively as a country as we work through some of these immediate challenges, but make sure we're going in the right direction for the longer term.
Thank you. And Paul did indicate to come in there. Paul, do you want to add anything briefly?
Yeah, thank you, Alison. I think, Richard, one of the things that would be really worth reading through is the NHS Scotland Planned Care National Framework document. And reading that document together with Adam's paper and the approach to the greater than 104-week waiting list plan really helps to triangulate three really important bits of work, because essentially from that £100 million of planned care across the country, there will still be a residual net demand failure, which is the bit that has to be redistributed across Scotland. And this paper and this approach to sharing what you have with your neighbours is a great sort of setup to really deliver that demand failure that's residual after the £100 million is spent. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you. Richard, satisfied with that. Thank you. Colette, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, a couple of points. I mean, just to start off, I really welcome this, and in particular sight of the operational improvement plan at national level. I think it's welcome, and it's also frankly long overdue. But there are some issues around that. Adam alluded to the fact that we already have some good trans-regional networks, and from my own experience, there's a North of Scotland Cancer Network, which I think has been working really well. But those networks have thrown up some really quite difficult issues to deal with, such as patient data transfer and accessing patient notes across boundaries. And I think what's crucially important to this is that those issues are addressed at national level. So there's a question there: is the Scottish Government backing this up with some level of transformation on IT systems or unification of IT systems across Scotland? The second point, I totally support what Hussein said about the interaction with health and social care. We really need to bottom that one out. Thirdly, with all of these things, the most severe impact can often be on those who are most vulnerable, less able to make the journeys. So to John's point about transport, so what are we doing about that? It's absolutely right that we have a local conversation about this across Grampian and with our neighbours, but is there anything being done at national level to have a national conversation with the public about these proposals and what impact that's actually going to have on healthcare across Scotland? So I welcome it, but I think there's still a very long way to go to get this embedded. And I think really importantly, I don't think the public have any sense of what's coming. So what's being done about that?
Thank you, Colette. Before I come back to Adam, Mark, you put your hand up in the middle of that. Do you want to add to anything Colette said?
Yeah, it's just coming back. An example, Colette, and this is a really live example, is, we work in Stracathro already. We're already working across those boundaries between Tayside. That's a fantastic asset for us. We've managed to get a huge amount of operating done there. We had some difficulties with accessing patients' notes on our laptops and Wi-Fi. That's now been resolved. Okay, so that can work. That absolute collaborative work can work with people just getting together, and that's now been resolved. I'll be going there next week. So that's a real tangible evidence of that cross system working. If we get the right people around it, we can make things work. And I think that's it's a very small example, but it's a good example just to lay in front of you. So hopefully that helps.
Another good news story from you as well, Mark, which is good. It's good to hear as well. You're good at those. Thank you. Adam, do you want to respond to Colette as well, please?
Yeah, thanks very much, Alison. Thanks, Colette. Yeah, a couple of thoughts. The sort of national IT systems, there's definitely a huge move towards procuring things across Scotland, and particularly as systems come to the end of their life and we get to the new procurement cycles, how do we do that on a national basis? So there is a huge amount of work happening about how we do that, and again, Martin Innes, our local digital chief officer, is doing lots. He's very active on that in that forum to see how we do that, because obviously everyone starts from a different place, so an easy thing to say, far more difficult across 14 territorial health boards to do it, but that's definitely the direction of travel. The most vulnerable in transport, interesting, myself and Alison were talking about this yesterday, that there's some survey work that indicates people are prepared to travel, and certainly at one level I think that's clear for the current position where waiting times are quite long. So by travelling you reduce your waiting time. So that one understands that. I think the interesting bit will be as we get to more steady state and get demand and capacity more in balance, what is people's willingness to travel? And the bit that Alison was really helpfully getting me up to speed with is there's a cohort that aren't prepared to travel, and we definitely need to dig another layer lower to understand, is that one cohort of people that describes us, you know, increasing an inequality, all those sorts of things, so that we understand that and can mitigate it or do it differently, or is it random? So I think there's more work to do on understanding that, the transport bit, and how we don't increase any inequalities and such like as we go forward. And then, yeah, the local conversation and the national conversation. I think the national conversation is largely being driven from the political narrative of national conversation. Stuart again might contribute, but there's certainly been some work in the comms experts and their group about how do you join campaigns up and do some bit nationally and some bit locally, but I think there's still a lot of emphasis on doing local work, as I understand. But if it's okay, Alice, I'm sure Stuart will just support, add a bit more to that.
Thank you. Stuart, do you?
Yeah, happy to come in on that, Alison. I think I suppose we can provide assurance that we're in all the right forums. So whether that's our strategic communications group, which is all the heads of comms for health boards nationally, that meets regularly, or whether it's the national directors of planning meeting, those conversations are being had. So we're kind of influencing from within, if you like, but also kind of awaiting the outputs. So we don't get advance notification, particularly of what's going to be in those 3 products that Adam was describing. So in a sense, we await the content to be able to shape the messaging. We can't really sort of go any sooner than we actually know what impact that will have for us as a health board. So our approach very much at the moment is talking about with the public about our current position. So why we are where we are in terms of worsening population health, in terms of pressures on finance, in terms of things that we know and understand, whilst we await the outcome of those 3 products. And it's probably worth mentioning that one of the drivers for the change in the submission to the delivery date of the annual delivery plan is, I guess, the uncertainty of not having 2 of those 3 pretty crucial component documents to shape what our plan over the next 12 months will look like. So we kind of await publication of those. Hopefully we'll get slightly advance warning, but we're certainly not being told the content just yet. So our messaging will be shaped very much by the national narrative that is published in the summer.
Thank you, Stuart. Colette, helpful answers?
Yeah, to a point, Chair. I mean, I think what Stuart said was particularly helpful on the communications. I just find it odd that it's being discussed at boards all over the country, over the next couple of months, and yet there hasn't kind of been a national announcement to let the public aware. So it's kind of seeping out, if you like, as we go. So that strikes me as odd. I'm totally in support of this, absolutely 100%. I just have a slight concern that we're being asked to sign up to something which at this stage are probably principles rather than having any meat on the bone. So it's just a cautionary note about how it's actually going to work in practice, but 100% behind the principle. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Colette. That's very helpful, I think. And yes, I think what I'm hearing from people who've commented is support for the direction of travel, recognising the importance of collaboration and how this is actually going to really help to the work that's already going on in the north of Scotland to some extent and extend it further. I mean, I think that there are issues around the governance that need to be looked at within this as well, and we've raised some of those as well as the communication in this discussion so far. It does say in the report, it recognises the need for new governance arrangements to support this, and I think that gives some sense of support that it is happening, that they are recognising the importance of governance around it, that making sure we don't increase health inequalities, as Adam has said, is a key part of that work as well, particularly around transport and who can and who can't. But I think we do also need to feedback other aspects that we've had in this meeting today, and I'd add to that as well, thinking about how our governance arrangements support for performance monitoring in this collaborative world, for example, as well, and how patients can maybe give their feedback. Who do they feed back to when they've had the treatment and had a service, and where do they go for that? Just that kind of thing about governance, I think we need to look at from the patient's perspective and our perspective as well, and make sure that performance monitoring is effective for a world of collaboration being the direction of travel. So Philip, do you want to add something there?
Yeah, just in relation to, I think Colette's comments about having something that's much more specific and tangible. I think it's referenced in the paper in terms of the new circular from the government in terms of collaboration being part of the exec senior management objective setting. Within that same circular is also the requirement for any objectives to be very smart and a role for the remuneration committee to check to ensure there are smart objectives as well. So I think bringing those two things together, there will be objectives around collaboration within exec senior management objectives going forward, and they will need to be smart, and that will be coming to remuneration committee. So hopefully through that you'll get the next iteration of that will be much clearer and more concise.
Thank you very much, Philip. That's very helpful. Thank you, and bringing us back to that as well. Appreciate that. Okay, with those comments then, we have various points to note and acknowledge and endorse. We're noting the commitment set out by the First Minister to progress the renewal and reform of the NHS in Scotland and the requirements of the board to seek assurance on the delivery of these commitments, about the evolution of the new governance arrangements to foster collective accountability, and it is recognised that there's a requirement to refresh the traditional approach to board performance framework and indeed executive personal objectives, as Philip's just reminded us, and then to acknowledge and endorse the duality of their role for the population board they serve, as well as the contribution to population planning across board boundaries, and to acknowledge and endorse the anticipated increased pace of change and requirement for regional and national collaboration. Can we note, acknowledge and endorse as appropriate, please? Thank you very much for that. Right, I know we are very much running over time here, but I think it's really important that we do acknowledge that, but also take the 5-minute break that we do need to have as well. We've been working for over 2 hours at the moment, so I think bring the 5-minute break forward now. I apologise to those come for the How Are We Doing report, but we'll move on to that after a 5-minute break. Thank you. So that's 8 minutes past 12. Thank you. Okay. I think board members are back. So can we move on then to the How Are We Doing report? Alex, are you?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm not
Thank you.
going to give a big introduction, but just to say that, you know, we've already had a look at some of the performance information at PAFIC in depth, and whilst the length of the report in front of you today is long, it was a longer report within PAFIC. So we do need to kind of think about, you know, some of that and whether we're missing maybe some of the key messages in regard to that, and that's certainly something the team will be looking at. Chair, happy, my colleagues are here. They're happy to take any questions on the reports.
Yeah, thank you. And before we start that, can I just welcome the style of reporting we've got here and the clarity it gives us on our performance, which enables us at PAFIC and here to do that analysis and scrutiny. So thank you for that, Preston and team. Sandy, please.
Yeah, just as Alex was saying, we've reviewed a lot of this performance information in depth at PAFIC, and we have found it really helpful. So in that committee, we've supported the development of a much more focused form of performance reporting, and I think that has helped us in terms of scrutiny of progress. Further work is required, it's alluded to in the report, and making some of the deliverables smarter and setting out much more realistic expectations on what can be achieved within a year or maybe requiring longer. And I think that's been really helpful. I think, Chair, the report gives a very clear and detailed sense of the wide pressures being felt right across the system. I think the executive summary presents a fair and honest review of the position we find ourselves in. And I think we get more of a sense of not just what the current position is in relation to aspects of performance, but what the projected position is and what areas require further attention or intervention to turn things around. Just to add that I found the citizen stories and the staff responses section of the report really helpful. I suppose it'll be good to look at what we learn from that feedback and how we mainstream some of the good practice. And I suppose the only other point I would make is that PAFIC provides board members with a space away from busy agendas like today to ask more detailed information regarding performance to try to seek assurance. Anyone from the board is welcome to join PAFIC meetings and to fully participate in the discussion and the questioning. So that's an open invitation to everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Sandy. That's really important as well, that board members can do that. I think the point you draw out there, it's really important as well to emphasise is that the paper does give us a good indication of performance, and it also shows where performance has not achieved what it was expected to achieve, and where interventions are required, so that we don't end up in a spiral of every quarter onwards becoming something where we're not achieving what we aspired to achieve. I think it's really important that we do see the interventions that are possible to step into that area where performance isn't being achieved. And I think it's really important that we are able to scrutinise those interventions as well and press on them. So it's good to see them set out in this report, and obviously it's important that we react to that as well in our analysis. Primarily at PAFIC, but obviously at the board as well. So just draw out that point that's made very clearly in this report as well. Thank you. Sandy. Bert, please.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies if PAFIC have already gone over this, but I'm interested in the narrative around the medical agency locum performance, and perhaps then this is a question for Paul. Progress is good. The project's exceeding and is predicted to continue to exceed its target. I'm interested in the oversight and the assurance and how you've been able to get to this point in terms of managing the project. So the oversight and assurance is about regular reports to the chief exec team, but what's happening in between times to allow you to achieve this? What is the scrutiny? I see a reference in there to the locum desk scrutiny process, and I'd like to understand a bit more about that. I suppose too, I'm interested in, you're achieving your target, you predict that you'll continue to exceed the target. What's the impact on how we're delivering a service, given that we are reaching these targets? And I suppose the other thing is, and Chair, maybe I've missed it in my reading, I'd have been interested also to see where we are in relation to the project regarding agency spend as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I turn to Paul, I think, for these. Thank you, Paul. Paul, are you able to come in?
Sorry. Thank you for that, Alison, and thank you, Bert, for that question. So I think this is now what we're seeing currently is now the product of quite a long journey, and I think the first thing to say is that the approach that we've taken over the last 12 to 18 months has been different to what we've done previously. So that's the first thing. And previously, what we were doing was really putting in people to manage costs in the clinical environment, and that has not worked up until now. What really has happened now is the coming together and that whole bit around collaboration between the front locum desk, our finance team, the trainers and educators, depending on whether we're talking about consultants or trainees, the medical leadership system, clarity around who has responsibility and accountability, and a much more focused governance regularly through the medical portfolio medical directors on a weekly basis, as well as the interaction between myself and the portfolios through their medical director and their line management system. So that's the first thing. There's also been, I think, a considerable contribution, particularly from the advisory board that I link into, which is the consultant subcommittee, and Mark is online. And I think through their committee, we've had quite a lot of support to do some relatively bold things compared to what we've done before. And one of the key things that's really happened now is out with the mental health and learning disabilities area where there is work happening. The direct engagement process has really led to the very significant savings. Almost, I think, without exception, we have 100% compliance with direct engagement. So that's been very good. That's, I think in hindsight, one of those low-lying fruits that we should have done before, but it is now standard default practice. So that's one big thing. The second thing I think that's been done is an increasingly sophisticated, probably overstatement, but a much more deliberate attempt to map what the ask is on what the product should be. So in the past, locums, we need a locum, clinical risk, activity, and there wasn't the scrutiny that we're putting in now, because what we're doing now is saying, okay, how much activity? So we're trying to relate the request to the actual activity that we're tracking and feeding back in real time to the teams to say, you said that you needed it because of this, but this is what's actually happening. Where's the gap? So that sort of working and that critical challenge is much more upfront. There's also an increased focus of driving the requests to a tier 1 as opposed to a tier 2 cost, which is much more in keeping with a standard frame. So the hourly rate doesn't go beyond a certain amount. Whereas before, I think we had less rigor around that. And the other thing I think has been quite a surprise, although very welcome, is the reduction in the hourly pay after midnight for many of the for medical consultant locums. Before, whether you were active or not active, you got a 24-hour payment at the same rate. What we've done now over the last, I think, 7 or 8 months is to introduce a cap at 50%. If you're not called, that's as high as you go on the hourly rate. And that in itself has also been very helpful. And that that was one of the key things that we took through our advisory structure and had their support in doing. Now, at the moment, we don't have evidence or data to say that any of those things have resulted in an inability to get locums, because most locums requests are delivered, nor is there real data coming through about sort of adverse events, etc. We still have all the issues of professional governance that we've always had with locums. We still haven't resolved the issue of why we need locums, but the data that we're now gathering, particularly in that piece of work around midnight to 8 o'clock, has given us a window into really asking a very different question: is how many of our acute services require 24-hour on-call rotas, for instance? If locums aren't being used at that period of time, and they do they rarely will do things through the goodwill as do our normal substantive post holders generally, then there is a question to be asked: how many rotas require locums? How many rotas require a workforce post midnight? So there's a lot of things that are really happening around that. Hopefully that answers your questions. If I've left anything out, please let me know.
Thank you for that, Paul. And Alex did indicate, I presume you want to come in on this, Alex, and also the agency. Bert mentioned agency as well, agency spend.
I can maybe try and kind of cover that one off as well, if that's okay, Bert. But I think in relation to the governance around about this, as Paul says, the governance process has been enhanced at an operational level. I think, and there's been some really good work done in that space. We've also got a weekly project team meeting of the Value and Sustainability Project, and this project forms part of there. And then that then reports to the Chief Executive team. There's a regular slot in the Chief Executive team every Tuesday for that. We are looking to enhance those arrangements a little bit more, and one of the things that we are talking about at the moment is a financial recovery board, and we're looking to get that set up in due course, and this project would feed into there as well. So I just wanted to give you a bit of assurance around about the governance at the strategic level as well, Bert. In relation to the agency nursing, there's been good progress in that space. I think, Bert, maybe what would be useful is for us to maybe provide you with an update out with the meeting in that space, given you're looking for a bit more detail in regards to that, and that's something that we can speak to colleagues about and get passed through to you.
Thank you, Alex. Okay, Bert.
Yes, I would welcome that update regarding the agency. I'm interested to know about the how that's coming along. I think there's been significant progress made regarding the locum side of it. The only point I think, Paul, that you didn't address, unless I've missed it, is what's the impact on patient care and the service that they're delivering?
So at the moment, the cost savings has not resulted in any detectable, recordable, reported loss in quality or outcomes, as we still have locums in place. So we don't have areas where we are not able to recruit locums generally because of the direct engagement or the preference of a tier 1 or locums getting paid at 50% post midnight. So we don't have that risk, which we always thought was a possibility. It hasn't come to fruition. So at the moment, I don't think there is a way of saying that there has been an adverse effect.
Thank you for that, Paul. Thank you for the question, Bert, and thank you for answering, Paul and Alex. Thank you. Richie, please.
Yeah, again, another very full report, honest report, I think Sandy referenced, and certainly indicates the breadth of activity and depth of activity across all of our teams. I've got one question on process and one question on performance. The first one on process, section 2.1 references the interconnected challenges around financial constraints, workforce shortages, and infrastructure and digital limitations. And I kind of get that, that's real. My question is around that is around, given those interconnected challenges around capacity and limitations, I guess what the process is, I'm not sure who this question is addressed to be honest, might be Adam. What's the process around prioritising activity that can address some of the areas where performance is not what we want it to be? So is it around its biggest impact in terms of patient care, prevention, effective resource management, in terms of cost avoidance or budget savings? So I guess just a processy question around what this overall report is showing us in terms of areas that we might want to do better in, but how do we prioritise those interventions, I guess, in those key areas that we might want to make a difference around?
Thank you. Adam?
Yeah, thanks, Richie. So I think if the question is, do we via resource in its broadest sense between areas, at the moment I would say we do that very, very infrequently. So the performance improvement is really targeted within the areas, and as you can see, quite a lot of them are fairly much by sort of delivery area portfolio, and so we do explore those on a routine rotation. Again, through my team meeting, we have a dedicated session on performance and absolutely dig away at things to understand what are we doing. And I think in the current circumstance, we're also understanding where actually the limitation is probably a resource one rather than our ability to redesign or change it. So, and I don't for a second mean that that's like a learned helplessness that we do nothing, but there's something about the realism of what level of improvement can we do within just redesign. And I think we've got really good examples of that in, unscheduled care, understanding through the unscheduled care improvement plan, what's the level of improvement we can do around ambulance queuing, 4-hour ED time, ED occupancy into the hospital, flow out the hospital related to delayed discharge and things. So I think we absolutely, all the teams keep working around the improvement we can do, and we have a sense of what can we do within the resource constraint we've got. And again, that's reflected in our board level strategic plans, again, that you've looked at as a board on lots of occasions, and that sense that I hope we're doing all that we can do, and we understand the ceiling that we're up against.
Thank you, Adam. Alex, are you coming in on that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe just, I know Adam's response was maybe more at a performance level, but this report is very tightly linked to the annual delivery plan and what we agree in that. So certainly through the last annual, the last process, and recognise that it's still in process, but we have significantly reduced the amount within the annual delivery plan to allow us to prioritise resource. So I just think that's worthwhile highlighting, and it should help with the reporting going forward, as well as how we manage some of the performance challenges we have.
Thanks, Alex. That's helpful. Susan, you indicated as well. Do you want to come in on this?
No, thanks very much. And I think the point Richie raises is quite a challenging one to do in practice. So as part of the route map, we've been looking at how do we embed finding balance. So against those quadrants, we've identified criteria that we can use, and we've been testing that approach in a couple of our portfolios, so we can capture the learning and look at how we need to support the system to do things differently. And within that process, we've also included some 3 horizons thinking. So not just looking at how we improve what we're doing today, but making sure that we've got the balance with that forward longer term look. So again, we'll be feeding that back through the route map work that's later on the agenda.
Thank you. And Chris, are you coming in on this as well?
If possible, Chair, please.
Yeah, go on.
So just to really pick up on Adam's point and to reinforce everything that's been said, certainly from an unscheduled care programme board perspective, that is whole system working, so all represented across the system, and an assessment is also made in commissioning that work around where does the greatest value occur for the resources that we can put against some of this stuff. So whilst a lot of the work is delivered through portfolios, it's conceived, managed and prioritised in a system way, certainly through unscheduled care, and I'd imagine exactly the same through our planned care or equivalent. Thanks.
That's Chris. Richie, do you want to come back?
Yeah, no, just briefly, thanks very much. I appreciate that. That's kind of assurance that certainly that's been considered very carefully in different parts of the system, in different parts of the service. So that's been really helpful. Thanks. My second question, if that's okay, Alison, sorry, was on the national waiting time standards in the appendix. Context for that is that the care opinion feedback in the paper on page 83 highlights that waiting times are areas that can be improved. And I guess taking that into the appendix on national waiting time standards shows that we're generally around the Scottish average in many areas, but we're significantly below in a couple of others, and that's particularly around cancer treatment and referral. And I just wondered if we could say a bit more around how we are going to improve performance in those areas. It's a paper I don't think really draws that out particularly well, but so any kind of comment on that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, Adam, do you want to comment on the? Oh,
yeah, I'll say something. I mean, Paul's our cancer lead, and I guess just as a high level, there's something about what have we got in our planned care submission, so things that require additional resource, and then Paul and Sassia and the team with all the specialties do a ton of work on what can we do again within that resource envelope so as we are as efficient and as productive as we can be with some fairly systemic limitations in capacity. But if it's okay, Paul will say much more.
Yeah, no, I think one of the things, Richard, thank you. So by the way, thank you for the question. I think one of the things that's becoming much more better understood is patients are, even for cancer treatments, patients are incredibly tolerant when they are kept up to date. And although this may not sound terribly revolutionary, what we've now really got through lots of different areas, including a PhD student through the Health Service Research Unit that was attached to us, was as long as we keep patients updated of where they are in the queue and what they can expect and when they can expect it and where they can expect it, the feedback is very different to if they're not kept updated. So that's the first thing. Now, doing that unfortunately isn't something that we've got built into our system, but again, there are ways that we can do this that don't require human beings, if you like. So we can use digital technology, for instance, and signposting, and all of our systems, whether they're primary, secondary, voluntary, etc. So there are ways of doing it. That's the first thing. The second thing to say is that we've really been, I think, very fortunate because of the tremendous work that lots of people have been doing in terms of modelling and planning and canvassing and sharing our data and plans with both regional and national government teams in terms of what we're getting back in terms of additional funding, much of which, well, a significant amount of which is now recurring. So at the moment, I don't have the specific details because we're still waiting for confirmation, but there is a considerable amount of funding that we've achieved without official confirmation that will go into the cancer performance. And our breach analysis and our reports have very much indicated that it's capacity, not inefficiencies, that are driving our performance. And although it's not captured in the reports, if we drill down in terms of our activity, we're doing more activity now, whether it's outpatients or operations or delivering chemo or radiotherapy, than we've ever done before. But because we have that backlog, that increased activity is never translated into a number that shows an improving performance position. So that, together with the fact that we're very much coordinating with and complying with the CFSD, NECU, and our sort of board partners, both in the north and across Scotland, are really the things that will help deliver the performance that we require. And I'm quite confident that during this financial year, we will, towards the end, start to see the change in numbers that we're all desperate for, given what we anticipate coming our way.
Thank you, Paul. You brought up the importance of working with others on that answer as well. So I think that's something we need to emphasise throughout, isn't it? Richie, you're nodding. I mean, you're fine with that one. Thank you. Mark, please.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair. And I suppose I'll have to depart from sometimes my positivities that come from me. But when I read this report, I must admit I was disappointed in the performance declines. I can't shy away from that. I understand that it's quarter three. Quarter three is a very difficult quarter for us. It comes into the winter pressures. And obviously, as Alex has said, this is a reflection back on our annual delivery plan. I think that I recognise that the annual delivery plan for the coming year will probably be, I'm not going to use the word more realistic, but certainly maybe be smaller. Therefore, we can divert the resources towards that. But I can't shy away from a 61% of KPIs in the red, and I think we look forward to seeing quarter four to see if there's been any recovery on that. But sorry, departing from my normal upbeatness on this one, it did make some difficult reading for me. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a really important comment, Mark, and I think that relates as well to what comment I made about interventions, where there's been interventions identified. We need to see that those interventions are happening and get the results, because yes, there is a lot of red on this report as well that needs to be addressed going forward. I don't know if Adam wants to comment on that, or is that?
Yeah, I think everyone would share the challenge, Mark, and we clearly would want a field of green, and you know, the red isn't the want of any single person in our system not working hard or anything like that, you know. So the resolution isn't crack the whip and work harder. It's how do we work within that bit. And as Paul's described really elegantly in the cancer bit, you know, we understand where the gaps are, and it's not our efficiency, it's our systemic capacity and things. So I would share your frustration, disappointment, all of those things, and you know, that's part of our route map and our way forward to have a sustainable system that delivers at the level that we'd all want, for all the same reasons that we'd want.
Thanks, Adam. Derek, please.
Thanks, Alison. I was trying to think across the system, and I know that this report is related to the annual delivery plan, but I was trying to think, how does the annual delivery plan itself relate to the strategic risks? And we've got intolerable risks that, you know, we're carrying forward, and I just wondered if there's a possibility of thinking about how to show, and I'm not sure where this would be in the delivery plan or preferably through here as well, but how to show how the delivery plan is affecting the strategic risks, and therefore in this report you can see we're doing this, we're doing that, we're doing the next thing. Which strategic risk is that particular activity addressing? I'm not sure if I've made that wholly clear.
No, that's very helpful, Derek. I think that's a very helpful question. Thank you for that. Paul indicated. Do you want to answer?
Thank you. And Derek, I think that's a really good question. And that is, in fact, the precise thing that this week myself and my performance governance team and health intelligence have been working on, because when you take your question and you focus it on say planned care specifically, and you relate it to the strategic risk, the reason why in the past we escalated a requirement to go to the intolerable level is because we ran out of mitigations. So when you're as efficient as you can be with what you have, and your activity level is as high as it can be, and you still have a backlog, then your ability to manage that risk is no longer in your control. And what we've now got, with hopefully the funding coming through from government and the increasing proportion of recurring money, and then in addition to that, if we then consider Adam's paper earlier on around the collaborative national leadership approach, the fact that we then start to use other territorial health board capacity, we then suddenly have a whole new set of mitigations. And so the question that I'm asking our team is, if you put all that together, does that not affect your ability to manage your risk from where it is currently at intolerable to where it has been, unfortunately, for a while, the very high risk? So there is that thinking going on, and those, the equation. What's the equation that you got to sort of describe, and what are the variables you got to stick in there and to work that one out? That is what we're actually working on now, and I do hope that we can bring some more positive news. But that's precisely what we're doing. And I think what we have now, and I think for unplanned care, the CFSD work that they've done and that Chris has been leading on, they are the new actions that go into the list of mitigations that is now longer than it has been previously. So I think that's the way that I would start to probably frame it in my head. I don't know if that helps you. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. But Alex indicated as well. So Alex, should come in?
Yeah, just to come back to Derek, I think, and just to, I think that sounds like a really positive idea to try to make that linkage between all our lists, whether they're intolerable or not. So what we'll do is when we go away and having a reflection on this report, we'll certainly pick that one back up.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alex. It'll be good to see the feedback from that as well. So welcome that. Derek, content?
Yeah, happy with that. Just another comment. We've heard a few times today about efficiency and how we are quite efficient, and I wouldn't dispute that at all. The evidence seems to suggest that's the case, but we hear from the Scottish Government that we're inefficient. We should be asking the Scottish Government for their evidence that we are inefficient, given that some of their evidence from their bodies shows that we are in fact efficient. Thank you.
Yeah, thank Derek. I think there's an ongoing conversation at the moment around the Scottish Government, so we'll leave it as an ongoing conversation. Thank you. Colette, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll be as brief as I can. I have to say, I shared Mark's comments about, as a natural optimist, I find this quite despondent in terms of the amount of red. But we must really focus on and commend the team for the quality of the report and the depth of it, which will allow us to monitor the success of the various things we're talking about as we go forward. And it was reassuring to hear about PAFIC's increased focus on more detailed reporting and planned interventions. It was also helpful to hear from Paul about this being an issue around capacity and not inefficiency. So that was very reassuring, Paul. So the optimism is starting to creep back in again. So thank you for that. A couple of points from me. I felt that the citizens' voice part was actually probably one of the most positive parts of the report, because where we do have citizens' feedback, it is for the most part incredibly positive. My question is, how can we engage more with citizens and patients to receive more feedback. I think that what the report's saying is that what we're getting is good, but we're not getting enough of it. And Jill Reid, lead emergency nurse practitioner, talks about how she has generated more feedback from patients. So it would be good to understand what more is being done to get that level of feedback, particularly as we move forward with our new plans. And my second point relates to regional working. I'm not sure if this is the place to pick it up, but somewhere in our systems, we presumably need to add some metrics around our regional working. So it'd be good to understand where that's going to be. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's related to the issue I raised about performance measurement in the collaborative paper as well. June, you indicated to answer here.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, all. I'm June Barnard. I'm the Nurse Director for Acute, Secondary and Tertiary Services, and I'm deputising for June Brown, our Exec Nursing Director today. In response to the question that you raised, I think it's really, really important, and in fact the MIU example was very insightful of how our team are working really hard to generate additional care opinion stories, and actually that is how we will encourage and increase the numbers going forward, along with training our team to ensure that they provide insightful and empathetic responses, apologise when we have got things wrong, but most importantly also demonstrate the learning and the sharing that we are taking going forward. And that then combined with the work that is continuing around putting people first, etc., will improve those responses going forward.
Thank you, June. And Susan indicated as well.
Yeah, thanks, Alison. I was just going to say, as part of the Putting People First work, we're grateful for the support from the charities, which will enable us to test real-time feedback loops. So we are anticipating that will go live. And I think what that will aim to do is make sure that feedback is much more systematic, but actually we are able to respond in real time and learn and empower local teams to take action, both from patients but also from staff themselves.
Thank you very much, Susan. Colette, you assured by those answers?
Yes, thank you. That was very interesting. I should have said that about putting people first myself, Susan. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, can we turn to the recommendations then? Approving the progress on Q3, reviewing the report, endorsing that PAFIC and the Chief Executive Team have reviewed Q3 performance and have planned interventions where possible to move forward. Can we agree the recommendations, please? Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Okay, and with that, we can move on to the next report, which is our finance report. I think this is a really important paper that we've referred to at several points throughout this meeting already. And I think the situation we're in is very clearly outlined in this paper. And the task for us all, both individually and collectively, is also clearly set out in the paper and at the pace at which we are being required to work for all sorts of reasons. So with that, I will turn to Alex to introduce this report, please.
Thank you, Chair. As board members will be aware, the NHS Grampian financial position continues to be extremely challenging. I believe the report clearly describes the challenges being faced and the actions being taken by the Chief Executive Team to improve the financial position. However, despite the actions and identification of £39 million of savings, the board's overspend continues to be the highest in value terms in Scotland. As you can see within the report, our overspend is putting the National Health and Care Portfolio budget under pressure, and we've been advised that an external diagnostic review will be undertaken of NHS Grampian to determine areas where additional savings can be achieved. We welcome this review and look forward to reviewing the document once complete with the Scottish Government. We have also been advised that the level of overspend presented in the medium-term financial framework needs to be reduced by a further £23 million, and we've been asked to identify savings to meet this requirement by the 7th of June 2025. The £23 million of savings are to be on top of the savings identified via the external diagnostic review. The scale of the challenge to deliver this request cannot be underestimated, and work has already begun with colleagues from our operational teams to identify further opportunities to deliver savings. You will also see in the report a recommendation that seeks to develop a financial recovery plan which returns NHS Grampian to financial balance over the next 3 years. This 3-year recovery plan will provide the foundations for the 2026-27 budget. Chair, I think the report's got a lot of detail in it. My colleagues are here and happy to answer any questions in relation to specific detail in regard to their portfolios and directorates, and we're more than happy to take questions from board members.
Yeah, thank you. The paper does have an awful lot of detail in it, and it's really important that we continue to be robust in our scrutiny of the financial situation facing NHS Grampian as well at the moment. So I turn it to members for comments. Derek, please. Derek, you're on mute.
Sorry, I have a number of queries and comments on this paper. The first comment is that on page 139, there's a phrase there which says, other proposed savings did not find the required balance. So we could have made more savings, but we didn't because they weren't going to work for us. So on page 138, though, we have to find another 23 million. Now, are we satisfied that we can find enough savings that find the balance, is the first question.
Thank you. Adam, do you want to respond? Oh, sorry, I thought you indicated there, Adam.
Yeah, I did. Sorry, Alison,
Right.
I couldn't. Derek, that's the bit of work we're embarking on that Alex made reference to, and I guess the key bit that we will need to work really closely with the board on is if we think we start to make the balance not work, then we need to collectively agree to that, and our approach to that, because it couldn't be clearer that we need to identify £23 million of savings. That message is crystal clear. So I think that's the next bit of work, Derek, but we won't unilaterally make a decision to disrupt that balance without involving the board and working through how we do that. But one imagines, if I was speculating, I think that ability to hold balance will be definitely pushed for sure.
Thank you. Alex, before I come back to Derek, do you want to come in, Alex?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Derek, I mean, I think Adam's answered that question, but the focus of this report is largely in that space of efficiency and trying to be the most efficient that we can be. And I think, when the external diagnostic review comes forward, and I think somebody mentioned it in the other item around about efficiency, if that comes up with areas that we can be more efficient, then we've really got to maximise the efficiency side of things before we even consider any savings that wouldn't find balance within our system.
Thank you. Derek, do you want to come back? No,
yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, no, sorry, I do, please. There's on page 142, there's a lot of stuff about demographics. And that reminded me a little bit about a bit of work I did 10 years ago or so when I was working for Nestrans. What I did at that time was looked at the census in 1971 and the census in 2011 and looked at the differences between the populations around that time. And at the time in 1971, Aberdeen and Dundee were the same size. They were around 180,000 people. Dundee has stayed pretty much similar by 2011, but Aberdeen had grown to 250,000. And around Aberdeenshire had also grown by a similar amount. Now, the point about that really is that the people that were coming into our part of the country were young. So as they moved in, they were young, they were taking up jobs, that they're now old. And the point there is that we're getting greater growth of people over 65, 75 and 85 than other parts of the country. And that's one of the reasons, because we took in a lot of young people into our region. So it wouldn't be a surprise really that we're having to deal with more older people. So that was just a wee comment there on the demographics. on page 149 in the recommendations, we've got a savings total of 39 million. The 23 is on top of that, I think. So that gives us a total saving of 62 million. And we have to find that 62 million. And we're already into April, so we're already into the start of the financial year. Are we going to be able to achieve that sort of level of savings within the reduced timetable that we've got now, because we haven't started to make some of these savings?
Yeah, the task in front of us is very clear in the paper, isn't it, Derek? The amount of savings we need to find and the pace at which we've got to find them is also clear. And this is what we've got to do individually and collectively across the whole system to address this. And I think across the system is obviously key in that as well, that we do need to do this. But Alex, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I mean, since we got that letter in, I mean, we have been, you know, formulating what we're going to do in that regard. So as I said at the earlier item, we are looking to create a financial recovery board. We've also created a small project team together to work with operational budgets and to again lift every stone just to make sure that we're happy with everything that's happened within there. So certainly, we're looking to prioritise that work over the next 2 months to get that plan together. The scale of challenge it will be challenging to make that. And I think the point that maybe, if you move that forward a little bit, Derek, is that, we're going to need more than £23 million of annual savings because, by the time we implement the savings, there will be, a time lag in relation to some of that. So we need to be mindful of that as well. And it's certainly something that we'll be thinking about in terms of the profile and the savings that come forward. So, we have started work. We've got plans in place. I'm going to meet with every budget holder within the operational services above a certain grade over the next month, and to have a conversation just to see what else we can try and get and see where we come forward from there. I'll be keeping the board informed via our normal monthly board meetings, and if we need to put in more board briefings to keep you informed even further, then we will do so.
Thank you for that, Alex. Thank you. Derek,
Yeah, and a couple of other things, Alison. The 3 government targets includes increased access to primary care, therefore prevention, yet that budget share doesn't seem to have gone in the right direction. Now, it seems to me that it's going to be even harder to do that if we're having to make these level of savings. So that's just a comment. Yeah. That's fine.
And have you got a final question you said as well? Do you want to ask?
No, I'm not going to ask that one. I'll just leave that.
All right, we'll leave that with that. Just a comment then about the prevention budget as well. Adam, do you want to just comment briefly on that?
Yeah, I think Alex might correct me, but my recollection is we had a very high relatively proportion of spend in primary care, and the earlier graph that Judith, Pam or Fiona put up that showed the change in spend profile of acute, which relates to quite a lot of hospital drugs and additional waiting times initiative money, has brought our proportionate share back. So it's not a reduction in spend in primary care. It's been an increase in that hospital spend, driven primarily by those 2 things. But I think your comments are absolutely right, and that's part of the work that Pam, Judith, and Fiona are doing alongside the national initiative. There is a very small amount of resource putting into primary care, but that demand and change is definitely one of the key challenges and the things to try and get some leverage with.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Derek. Thank you. I'll move on now to Richie, please.
Yep. Thanks again. The report was comprehensive, very clear in terms of the task, the challenge that lies before us, in terms of finding that additional savings as well as the longer term work. 2 areas which Alex has actually partly answered, I think, already, but just to I guess make sure, from my perspective, they're covered off. as we work up the proposals to identify the additional 23 million in particular, I'm interested in, I guess, the content of that as it emerges, and also the link back to finding balance and performance, which again, in fairness, Alex, you did cover off in part. And I guess for me, I'd be looking for as much transparency as possible around any potential impact on performance. It's kind of a similar theme to the last paper in some respects. And I guess just that visibility of, if we are to agree this as a board, then what are the implications of any particular set of savings that we agree to, and if that's going to impact on performance targets, let's say, then I think we just need to be really clear in drawing that out, so we understand it, and indeed the people that are receiving services across Grampian understand that also. So again, just that kind of transparency piece, I'd just be, I guess, keen just to make sure that that's covered off. The second thing is around again, that reference you made to meeting with kind of key budget holders, and just looking for a bit of assurance that in terms of the scale of the financial challenge we've got, that all directorates and portfolios are engaging positively in that discussion to make sure that we, as you said, leaving no stone unturned in terms of that approach. So those are two areas that we welcome any comment on. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Richie. Adam said earlier, didn't he, about the importance of anything coming back to the board that was going to have an impact on performance or patient care as well. So that is a given, I think, on that one. But Alex, do you want to come in?
Yeah, I've started to draft what I think might end up being the information that comes back to the board. So if I start from that point and then work my way back, then, but certainly performance is right down the centre of that. So what we are looking at is our 6 or 7 key performance indicators, and thinking and trying, and once we go through this process, is trying to map, okay, what decisions and what would the impact on there. As I said, so far, we've really kind of focused largely on efficiency, and trying to be as efficient as we possibly can. And that's something we really need to max out as much as we can before we go forward and think about savings that are potentially have any impact on performance. The other part in relation to the budget holders, so when you look at the savings that are there, and certainly before the letter came in, our intention was to do a specific piece of work with the main budget holders and the operational services. And we started to have those conversations earlier this week, and we've also started to think about what our approach is to meeting with all the budget holders so that we get a full piece from that. So I think we were very mindful when we went through this budget process, and probably a risk going forward is that a lot of the services, a lot of the savings were within that corporate or professional or support service, and in terms of relative size of the savings coming from some of the direct operational sides of things compared to the size of their budget, it's maybe not there. So the corporate services, of course, if we reduce those too much, then that starts ending up on the operational services, because they end up doing work that the corporate services that would previously do, and also then it can impact on our ability to kind of follow through on some of the the transformational type stuff in the programme management if we cut that bit back too far. So my assessment's been based on, after seeing the letter, that we've probably gone as far as we can in those spaces, and now we need to really concentrate on the operational budgets, and that's certainly what we're seeking to do.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Richie. Mark, please.
Thank you very much, Alex, and thank you for a very comprehensive paper. It'll be no surprise to you that I'll come from this with my area clinical forum hat fairly on my head. Performance obviously will be a real concern from our point of view, and obviously if you look at all of your efficiencies and that they are pretty efficient, which you seem to demonstrate that they are, then obviously performance is going to be, in my opinion, next in line. I have real concerns about that. I think that any health debt that we build up if we pause any services is obviously something that we've experienced before, and I have some concerns about that as we go forward. On a positive note, I would like to say that ACF will work constructively with you to try and help achieve this balance, but I understand the pressures that the team are under with regards to the finance, but obviously that tipping of any balance away from us to work with. So it's just our concerns, and these are well-founded and well articulated by yourself already and well known, but thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Mark. Thank you for that, and the commitment to work together. It's obviously going to involve everybody, isn't it, to achieve what we need to achieve here. So thank you. Colette, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think my comment is related to what Mark's just been saying, and it's about finding balance. In the recommendations, we're being asked to approve the savings outlined in appendices 2 and 3. And later on the recommendations, it talks about more information on integrated impact assessments will be provided in June. So those two don't seem to add up to me. So my question is, with specific reference to that, could Alex provide further details of the approach that's been taken to assess the impact of these proposed savings on patients and staff through integrated impact assessments or other assessments?
Thank you, Alex. Do you want to comment, please?
Yeah, I'll start off, but I think probably there's Stuart as the lead in that space, so I'll let Stuart come in regard to that. But one of the things that we did do is we had and it's kind of reflected in the report. We had a multidisciplinary team come in and we assessed all the savings through a find and balance lens. So we went through that on a detailed basis, and because we've been talking about find and balance for a long time, but we've never really had a process in place that actually allowed us to go and do that. So we are looking in that space. I'll leave Stuart to deal with the bit about the equalities. But I do think there is probably something within, and I did kind of pick that up as well. There is probably something within the wording on that recommendation that needs to be slightly tweaked in regard to what you've said. So I will pick. I was thinking that the same thing myself. So I think we could certainly have a think of that when we get to the recommendations. So Stuart, do you want to detail the report around about the equalities, please?
Yeah, happy to come in on that. Thanks, Alex. As you may be aware, there are around about 79 different savings that make up that figure that Alex is talking about for the coming year. Having done some rapid impact assessment, which we wanted to have done ahead of the board meeting, we now know that the vast majority of those won't have any impact either on an equalities point of view or from a Fairer Scotland point of view on our poorer communities. What we do know is about 12% of those initiatives will require a detailed impact assessment. So whilst I wouldn't want us to prejudge the outcome of that, because the whole point of the assessment process is to kind of understand and, if possible, mitigate any impacts, whether that's on communities, patient groups, or the wider public. We know that that's going to be a piece of work that needs to be done, and that's going to be tasked to the relevant teams between this board meeting and the June board meeting. So our expectation would be that those approximately 10 different impact assessments, the results of that would come back to the June board.
Okay, and that's a bit that we need to cover in the recommendation, I think, which we'll come to later. Yeah, thank you for that. And obviously at that point we can discuss any mitigations or whatever is required at that point as well. So thank you. We'll come back to adopt that, alter that recommendation when we come to the end. Colette, are you satisfied with the answers there on that? Yeah, thank you. Hussein, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And may I firstly, as always, put on record my thanks to you, Alex, Adam, and also to the team, to yourselves and more widely who are doing all of this work under very pressing circumstances. I'd like to touch on the equalities point as well, which will not be of any surprise to anyone. I think as we move through this position and as the position has evolved, and we've had alluded to this earlier in the meeting as well, it's more important than ever that we get buy-in from the public and all of the various dimensions that takes as well within society. And I think what slightly concerned me was that although we referenced impact assessments, and I think colleagues know my concerns around impact assessments, but there doesn't appear to have been a particularly large focus on the engagement process that has taken place. And I'm very passionate about the fact that the impact assessments are a recognized tool, and I accept that, and there's a way of doing them, but I think that always has to be underpinned by the qualitative feedback and qualitative case in terms of the engagement that we have with the public, especially when we look at, for example, putting people first, which was all around that co-design of systems. some of the savings we're looking at will be internally focused, and we've mentioned corporate services, and you could argue that their impact more widely will be limited. But I'm wondering if you could say something about what, if any, engagement. I've had this concern for some time, how we engage with our public when we determine budgets and we determine the savings that we have to make, even though we might not like making them, but also what we can do going forward to make sure that that engagement piece is integrated very strongly into the finance piece as well, because I think that will become even more pressing as time goes on.
Thank you. Obviously, engagement is absolutely crucial in what we're doing throughout our work, but obviously we have particular challenges in this area as well. Stuart, do you want to come in on that?
Only to add that obviously engagement is absolutely part of that detailed impact assessment process. So whichever audience it happens to be affecting. But I suppose the important point to make or distinguish is that undertaking an impact assessment, and if it surfaces what those impacts might be, doesn't necessarily mean that we shy away from taking the tough decisions. It just means that we know, obviously we mitigate where we can, but we go into that decision-making process openly and transparently. So I think that's an important distinction, that we don't necessarily not make that choice because it's an unpalatable outcome. We just need to seek to understand it. So it's that informed decision-making process, and if possible, mitigating or finding alternate ways of delivery where we can.
Thank you for that, Stuart. That's helpful. Alex, do you want to come in as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things I would say is, so when we get, I mean, I think if we're looking forward, Hussein, is that when we go through and we come back with the 23 million pounds of savings, I mean, we've talked about the performance side of things. In my mind, there's also a tab in there, or information that's required on each service, each saving, in relation to what's the timeline and process for delivery of that saving. And I also think within there we need to be considering, what the, we need to be going forward and saying, if we do this saving, what's the process we need to go through? So we know if we did, we know some savings are driven by policies and procedures of NHS Grampian, but we also know that some savings, if they are going to impact on, on performance and potentially people, that we are going to have to consult on that widely. So what we need to be thinking about when we go forward to there is we've got the suite of options there that come back to the 23 million pounds. We need to be able to demonstrate that we can deliver those and that we've got a process in place to deliver those. We need to profile those to take into account the consultation requirements and the engagement requirements that are required in relation to that. And we need to be able ready to go on the 5th or on the 7th of June in that regard. So if once the decision's made, we know exactly what we're doing and how we're going to move forward and deliver on those savings, and what and then at that point, I guess the bit that we will need to work our way through is that, and I think this is the point that you're making, is that if you go through that engagement process and it comes back and implications come up that we can't mitigate, then we will have to come back to the board at that point in time in relation to that. So that's certainly the approach that I'm looking to take in terms of the savings that we go forward with, and hopefully that gives the board some assurance in that space.
Yeah, thank you. That's important. So can we mitigate? And if we can't, what do we do? Hussein, can I just, all right, do you want to come in first? But I think it might be other people want to come in on this point as well.
Yeah, just two very short responses to that, Chair, and thank you for your indulgence. I appreciate it. I think I just really have two asks, and I've also made this ask of IGB colleagues as well, so this is not new. I think firstly, and this is something for the medium term, I think, can we look at the way in which we do impact assessments and see what we can do to increase the amount of that qualitative piece that comes through them, because I think that's incredibly valuable as well. I share Colette's concerns over the alignment of the impact assessments with what we're being asked to recommend today. And sorry, I'll make three asks. My final ask is, these are really important papers. And we rightly focus on finance and performance, but I would also like to see that engagement piece tied into there, if only so that we can actually demonstrate that we are in fact thinking about it, and we're not, and it's not the way I would like to use this phrase, but we're not relying on the IIAs as a vehicle simply because it's a vehicle. that we are taking cognizance of the fact that that buy-in piece and the comms piece and everything that we've talked about today is really, really important. I'd really like to see that actually giving some reference in the reports as we go forward. But I'll leave it at that for the time, Chair.
Oh, that's helpful, Zane, and it does fit in with our philosophy around putting people first as well. So does anyone else, I know I've got various hands up, does anyone else want to come in on this engagement point before we move on from that? Can you just indicate if it's engagement you're talking about? No? Okay, so we'll move down the list then. Kathleen, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I think Alex has probably answered part of my question, but I've got two concerns. Of course, there's been a golden thread through a lot of the papers today, which is tying into this, but one of them is obviously the impacts and the cumulative impacts, which has been mentioned about the savings being met across both NHS, but also across the councils and with the IGBs, and just to make sure that you were not impacting and impounding on the cumulative impacts on our communities with all the decisions that were taken. And the other one is, it's really just on that Appendix 3, there's a very heavy emphasis on vacancy management. It always concerns me when I see that, just from the point of view that we could be leaving gaps and pressures. We have that risk of salami slicing and destabilising progress with the transformation agenda. And I'm just, as I say, it just scares me a little bit that, we've got to make sure that we keep pace on that agenda as well and don't get too down a rabbit hole on savings, albeit that it's very important that we do find them, but we need to keep an eye on the transformation side of things as well.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. It's really important to have that double vision, isn't it? Alex, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I think, I mean, certainly when we went through that process, the directors and PELs came back with, certainly the directors from the corporate services came back with the information that's in there. So we worked our way through that in a logical manner, and these were the best savings that we could come up with in the circumstances. I do think the point around about the impact of our budgets is an important one, and I think my last response to John Tomlinson in relation to the IJBs, at the moment there's a lot of savings and a lot of activity that's happening within the IJBs. It's really difficult to figure out what the impact of that's going to be on our system in relation to the number of delayed discharges and potentially flow. So one of the things that we have put within the financial strategy is a fairly prudent estimation of what might come via the IJBs. Now, that's not to say that will come through that place, but what we may find ourselves is that we may find ourselves having to try and open additional capacity somewhere to deal with an increase in delays coming through. So I'm just flagging that, and we had a lot of discussion around about that as a chief executive team, and we felt that was the best way to take us forward at this point in time. But I think mindful of the impact across the whole system, and certainly myself and Adam and the chief officers meet regularly, and we have done engagements with some of the councils as well over the last wee while in that space as well in relation to showing our workings.
Yeah, thank you. And that looking across the piece is really important from the sustainability of the savings as well. So, isn't it? We need to make sure that's considered. Thank you. Derek, I'll come to you after I've come to people who haven't spoken yet, I think. Mark, please.
I'm sure that Stephen will also reiterate this point. I think he's got his hand up as well. I think the communication to our staff is very, very important. Okay, there's been a lot of press around this in the last few days, and I think our staff need to know that what impact that might have on them as they deliver the services. And I think as a board, we must be looking to show some light at the end of the tunnel. At the moment, it's very dark in that tunnel, and I think we need to try and have some positivity around how we get out of that as we go forward. So it's just a comment from a staff point of view, and I'm sure Stephen's got his hand up for that very same point.
Yeah, Stephen, is that the reason you're indicating? Yeah, do you come in then now?
Yeah, thanks, Alison. Yes, it was absolutely that, and really, in some ways, it's the other aspect that Hussein has advocated for in terms of the engagement with the public and the service users. But in terms of the staff, sort of linking back to Mark's initial contribution, I acknowledge the work done by Adam, Alec, and many colleagues in working through these incredibly difficult sort of processes. Certainly from a GAPF point of view, we continue to feel well engaged and able to contribute to things. I guess, however, the impact on staff generally, and it's the unmeasurable impact on staff morale in the middle of everything else. And actually, if I'm reminded of a now retired sort of member of the partnership team that used to sort of pose the question around the nature of service changes that are being considered and discussed at the moment. Are they safe, and how are these changes going to deliver something that is both safe and improved? And it's that sort of quality aspect. So we continue to be in incredibly challenging circumstances, and but from an employee relations point of view, we will continue to do all we can to support members of the chief exec team and the board as we steer through these very, very difficult circumstances. I'll stop there, Alison, for to avoid saying anything that might be misconstrued. Thanks.
No, you both make very important points about staff engagement, staff involvement as well. And from the point of view of achieving this 23 million of savings on top that we're doing by June, it's really important that everybody is engaged and involved in that as well, because we need everybody across the organisation to play their part in achieving that 23 million. So that is the reason as well. Apart from it being the right thing to do to engage with staff, it's the right thing to do, and we need to build the team across the NHS Grampian so everybody's involved as well. So take those points very seriously. Thank you, John. Oh, sorry, before that, Chris, were you going to come in on this?
If possible, Chair, just to provide Mark with some reassurance, we very much appreciated as the operational leadership teams being engaged by the Finance Director yesterday, and made the point really strongly that we felt that staff engagement was crucial in buying the support that the Chair manages, but also in terms of managing both their expectation and inevitable distress at a time of really high operational pressure. So just to report back that our portfolio this morning has already gone out and had a face-to-face meeting with a broad number of our management staff and senior nurses and medical staff around what has been outlined in the paper, noting that it's coming to the board today, and we see that as the first of many engagements as we move forward with them to keep them appraised of the situation and engaged in the process.
Thank you, Chris. And apologies, John, I'll come to you now.
Okay, thank you. What I can see is we're currently in a system where demand and capacity doesn't match, is mismatched. And yes, we need, as Alex has said, to maximise efficiency and productivity savings first, and all the impacts, knowing about that's in there. I suppose I'm just reflecting on the conversation and thinking, well, what do I expect to happen in June? And I think in terms of being supportive to the executives who need to bring this forward, and I think this is what I heard from Adam and others, is you'll bring what it will take to achieve the necessary savings. And what it will take, I would be very surprised myself if that didn't include having to make some hard choices on where we do least harm. And that was something we had to do through COVID. And I think it's something we have to do in the short term to close this mismatch between demand and capacity. I suppose I'm just wanting to make that point. Is what we expect to happen in June. And then that's why we need that quality of information that colleagues have highlighted. And it's probably not a place that health and social care has been kind of over the years, but it's where we've got to. And certainly that's the kind of position as I experience it at the IJB end as well. And that where we do least harm is probably an honest way to look at it. But it also reflects how we need to be very clear about how we engage with our public and the population that we're serving. So I just wanted to share what I thought sort of will be coming in June on that. And then if any of the executives thinks that doesn't kind of provide what they're working towards, maybe they can explain that. Thanks.
That's very helpful, John. Alex, do you want to respond, please?
Yeah, I mean, the outline that you've provided there, John, I think, we're going to, we have to maximise the amount of efficiency that we can get first. I know I keep saying that, but, it's going to be really challenging to fill £23 million within 2 months. So we will need to have a look at that. We need to make sure that all the implications are properly assessed, and we understand what impact that will have on our system. So a number of the conversations that we've had today, particularly around the performance side of things, already fit into the conversations that I think we're going to need to have over the next 2 months. What comes in June is going to be interesting. So what we need, we've got to provide this information by the 7th of June, which we will do. And as I said, I'll keep the board informed through that, so the board will know at that point in time what is likely to go through from there. Because we've got this other piece of work coming in terms of this external diagnostic review, it's going to be interesting to see how the two of those, and if they arrive at the same time. If they arrive at the same time, then we'll be able to kind of think about then what the next steps forward are in that space. And what I've, and I did consider during this paper about calling a board meeting, potentially a special board meeting at that point in time in June, so that you can have oversight of that information. I think we will have to kind of think about how we bring that into the formal board, but we'll need to be influenced by having those conversations with the Scottish Government and what comes through the external review, the external diagnostic review as well. But certainly my thinking is that we will need to come into a kind of formal board setting at some point in time. And we have got a meeting, I think, around about our accounts in June as well. So we do have an opportunity there, if need be, to bring something there. But we're looking to work at pace. And I'm just not, I think how you've outlined it there, but I just think in terms of how we manage this as a board going forward, then that's I think will be the cleanest way to deal with it. And if we do have to call a special board meeting, I'd appreciate if we could, if people could clear their diaries to attend that meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. I think it's really important we have the governance around this as well. There's been various issues raised in this discussion that show the importance of that governance. So yes, that will have to be done if that's the case at that point. John, do you want to come back or with anything or?
No, I think it's just having clear expectations about where this will go, because it's a fairly short time period. That's helpful. Thank you.
It's a very short timetable, and it's really crucial that we work at pace within it to achieve what we need to achieve within that time. Derek, I'll come back to you, please. Derek.
Yeah, thanks. One of the recommendations is to approve the savings at Appendix 2 and Appendix 3 for 25-26, but at Appendix 2 on page 175, the table's titled 24-25 saving. So just checking that that's a typo.
Can I ask someone to look at that quick, please? Okay.
Sorry, what was the page reference, Derek?
It's 175.
175.
Yeah, I think it's the cumulative bit. Sorry, Alex.
Yeah, so what's happened in that table there, Derek, is that what we're kind of showing there, I think is what Adam says, is the cumulative. So we've delivered those savings in the current year, and what you're seeing is the full year effect coming in next year, which is why it's got 24-25 mentioned in that table.
So the recommendation is correct then, Alex, that we're asked to approve?
I think the recommendation is okay, but I think what we need to do is to amend it particularly.
We need to add the bit on as well, but in terms of the date, it's correct. Derek, could you?
That's fine, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I think it's really important we've had this discussion. I think we know what we're looking at with this. We know what we've got to achieve. We know we've got to achieve it across our whole. Everyone involved in NHS Grampian's got to play a part in this, and also building on the conversation we had with the IJBs earlier as well, across the whole system as well. It's really crucial we work together with this at pace. I think it's a case of going as far as we can go and then going further still is what we've got to do at the moment. And I think and in terms of the controls and everything we've got on everything, it's what can we do, plus can we do more, I think is the way forward on that as well. So we'll be looking at this as we move forward to June as well, and at that point we'll have the financial plan coming forward and the savings are set out there, and then with the impact assessments and knowing what we might need to do to mitigate in response to those impact assessments. So I think the task is clear, the pace is clear, and the involvement of all of us is clear as well from what we know go forward. So I think with that, Derek, is your hand down or up now? Down.
Should be down.
Down, thank you. With that, I think we can move to the recommendations. We have got the one we wanted to alter, the decision to approve the savings outline totaling 39 million in 25-26, highlighted in Appendix 2 and 3. Is it enough to say, noting that an integrated impact assessment will come integrated impact assessment will come in June, or do we need to say more? Sarah, can I turn to you for advice on the wording of the recommendation? Is that enough to add that in?
Don't think that, well, no, because there's already a noting that you will get in the full integrated impact assessments.
Well, we need to relate it to the decision.
So I think it's about noting that any adjustment to the savings required by the integrated assessments will be highlighted in June. Is that all right, Alex? Does that, yeah.
Can I come back to Colette as well, because she suggested it?
Yeah, I think I felt perhaps more strongly about it, which would be something, approve the savings subject to more information.
I don't think we can do that for timing reasons. We've actually got to start. So these savings, the process to deliver them has started. So it would just be if there was any need to adjust the amount, for example, as a result of the inequality impact assessments. But what Stuart said earlier is true. Even if there's an impact assessment that says that it has a lot of impacts, that is not going to overturn the decision to take these savings, is my understanding. But maybe Alex or Adam would want to come in on this.
Adam, Alex?
I think my view was probably that that what we should do is, you know, we know that there's there's a few that need additional equalities impact assessment done, and we should hold off approving those until we get the equality impact assessment complete.
Okay.
Is where my head's gone. Yeah.
All right, the ones we know need equality. All right.
Yeah.
So we're saying approve the savings outlined totaling 39 million, highlighted in the appendices, reserving the one. Can you say that again, Alex?
Accept the proposals which require a full impact assessment and will be updated in June.
Right, accept the proposals that require full impact assessment, which will be decided in June. Brilliant, thank you. Is everyone clear on that one? Or do we want to put the writing in chat or somewhere? Is everyone happy with that? Okay, we're happy with that. So we have then our recommendations. We're asked for assurance to review and scrutinise the detail included within the paper and confirm it provides assurance that the budget and the medium-term financial framework have been prepared robustly, noting the scale of the financial challenge facing the board. To endorse the medium-term financial framework, including the 25-26 revenue budget, noting that a financial plan will be developed by the 7th of June to reduce the forecast deficit to 45 million. A 3-year financial plan to support the board in return to financial balance is to be developed and reported to the board in October 25. To decide to approve the savings outlined totaling 39 million in 25-26, highlighted in Appendix 2 and 3, except the proposals that require a full integrated impact assessment, which will be decided in June. And I believe there's 10 of those, Alex. And then approve the creation of the 38 million risk provision for the IJB overspends. Decide to approve the principles to support financial recovery highlighted in 2.3, and note that regular financial information will continue to be provided. Can we agree at those recommendations with the adjustment stated? Thank you, and thank you for everyone's consideration of this. Thank you. Okay, then we turn then to item 11, the infrastructure investment plan. Alan, please.
Thank you, Chair, and afternoon, everyone. So as part of the medium-term financial framework, we have to produce a 5-year infrastructure investment plan. which is in front of you, the paper in front of you. So I'm going to pass over to Julie Anderson, who's Assistant Director of Finance, who produced the paper, just to talk through the key points. Then we'll open it up for some questions.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Julie.
Thanks, Chair. This is our annual refresh of the 5-year infrastructure plan, and as Alan says, it's part of the medium-term financial plan. It's been produced following scrutiny and input from the Asset Management Group, and has also been submitted to Scottish Government for. It is a balanced plan, and we've not received any negative impact feedback from Scottish Government on and assume that subject to approval we can go forward and deliver this. The capital funding position continues to be severely constrained, and really the plan focuses very short term. We've only had 1 year settlement, and it's set because it's on the priorities of a targeted approach around backlog maintenance, essential equipment replacement, and a couple of service development areas, most notably the Baird and Anchor. Looking at the report, page 180 in table 1 sets out a summary of that 5-year plan, and also you will note that it includes the Labs Link building roof, and it has provides for the paper that we'll consider later on today's agenda. And slightly unusual for this year, colleagues will be aware that we've been tasked by Scottish Government to produce long-term infrastructure plans under the and the first stage being a business continuity and essential investment infrastructure maintenance plan. That was submitted to Scottish Government and effectively forms a bid for additional funding over the next 5 years. We're still awaiting to hear the outcome of that, and we're beginning to get feedback from Scottish Government where we've been successful. That was looking for a supplementary 18 million in this current financial year on top of what's presented within the paper, within the plan. So we're looking to assure the board that active planning around delivery of infrastructure is ongoing. We're planning for the future, taking a very risk-based approach, addressing high and very high risk areas across the infrastructure and essential equipment replacement, sustainability and digital agenda. And the paper looks for approval to the plan and then to delegate to AMG to implement the plan. The additional funding requests Scottish Government we're also looking is set out in Appendix 2, and we're also looking for the board to delegate, subject to funding being released by Scottish Government, the Asset Management Group get on and deliver what will be a number of relatively small projects and develop out those programmes and deliver those. We're looking for authority to do that, subject to funding being released by Government. That's it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Julia, and it's good to see this risk-based approach coming for us as well. So that's really important to have that. So thank you. Hussein, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Julie, to you, Alan, and also to the team, as always, for the report. I found it to be really readable, so I appreciate that. If I'm remiss, I will happily stand corrected on this. I understand that there is some provision for a set-aside just in case it's required, but also, can I seek some assurance on the rationale for assuming charity funding, particularly given where we are in the overall finance position, but also the charity sector as a whole. There appears to be expenditure that's predicated on that assumption. I just appreciate some assurance on that. What happens if that were not to come to pass? Is that where the set-aside comes in? Just a bit of clarity would be welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie, can you respond, please?
We are in an unusual position this year. Normally we'd assume maybe about 500,000 coming from the NHS Grampian Charity Fund to fund small bits of equipment and infrastructure that make the difference to this year, with the anticipation of the Baird and Anchor moving to opening. There is a Delivering the Difference campaign with Friends of Anchor and Archie in the magnitude of 4 to 5 million that has been developed, and funds have been secured by those charitable partners over the last since 2015, 2016, when we started working with them around the Bird and Anchor. In addition, the board will have received the report earlier in the year around the delivery of the SURE unit within the urology service, and again, fundings are expected to be secured from. Well, you can have secured funding and are continuing to actively fundraise around the delivery of that project. So that's where those are coming from. They're defined projects. They wouldn't be supplemented by contingency. And you'll recall that each of them will be, certainly the SURE project will be subject to funding being secured before proceeding.
We're in particular circumstances this year because of those projects. Yeah, thank you. Okay, Hussein? Yeah, you're on mute, but you're nodding. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'll leave it there for now. Yes.
Thank you, Hussein. Thank you. Derek, please.
Hi, thanks. First off, just to confirm that BLM means backlog maintenance. Yeah.
Yep.
So moving on then to page 194, which is the 5-year infrastructure plan. And then on page 196, we've got a reef-profiled plan. And I didn't really see what's the plan on the reef-profile plan on page 196. What is that?
Okay, so the on 194 is where we have confirmed funding arrangements and the plan delivery. Appendix 2, which is the, as you say, the reprofile plan is covered across page 195 and 196. This was what was submitted to Scottish Government as part of the backlog maintenance, the business continuity plan in and infrastructure maintenance plan in January. It's not included within the what's set out on page 194, with the exception of an allocated budget for certainly 2025-26 of 3.5 million, but the rest of it is all dependent on additional funding being released by Scottish Government within what's set out on page 195 and 196. Does that make sense, Derek?
Well, I think so.
Okay, we'll take that as a yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Thank you. Richie, please.
Yeah, thanks. Just a compliment first and foremost. Again, I think the content, the quality of the papers today have been first class, and there's still more to come. But there's been a thread running through a lot of them, all of them, in terms of medium-term financial framework and also plan for the future. So just acknowledge that I know that doesn't happen by accident. So just a kind of acknowledgement that the good work has been done to draw that together. My comment / questions around communication and messaging on this. So again, I think the paper's pretty clear in terms of what is able to be done and what perhaps isn't able to be done. So I guess it's just about a question around how we're going to communicate the content and the outcomes of the content of the paper outwards and internally, indeed, and externally to our potential partners. And they say that particularly around maybe managing expectations about what's realistic, but equally promoting positively some of the interventions that we've got in terms of what this will mean by way of investment and improvement.
Is that one for Stuart?
Yeah, thanks, Alison. Yeah, I'll perhaps come in and give a plug for our newly released Know Your NHS web pages, which we launched yesterday ahead of the board. So that's starting the conversation in a transparent fashion about, as I say, a current position, which includes infrastructure. So those pages will be kept live. So obviously we'll need to add to that further detail as time goes on. But that's the starting point, if you like, for that kind of open and transparent conversation with the public that we've all been seeking to start. So yeah, Know Your NHS web pages will be the main vehicle for external communication, and internal channels will be daily brief, wider SLT, GAPF, etc.
And you'll promote those pages widely then, so everyone knows they're there.
Absolutely.
Okay, Richie. All right, thank you. Derek, your hand's up. Are you coming back? Or are you...
No, bad management again.
All right, thank you. Okay, well, thank you to everyone who's contributed there as well, and thank you to Alan and Julie as well for the work on this one. We had the recommendations, review and scrutinise the information and confirm that it provides assurance about the infrastructure investment plan reflecting a risk-based approach, and there's a robust process in place to agree priorities for longer term investment, to decide that to approve the NHS Grampian 5-year infrastructure plan attached as Appendix 1, and to delegate authority to the asset management group to deliver the works listed in Annex A, Table A of the infrastructure plan, and the delivery of the programme of items associated with the submission to Scottish Government of the draft business continuity and essential investment infrastructure maintenance plan in Appendix 2. Can we agree all those recommendations, please? Thank you. Now, it's been a very long morning and we've still got more to come, but we do need a lunch break. And so thank you, everybody, for persisting this morning. Go and have a good half-hour lunch break and then come back for more this afternoon, please. And so that is 2:15, please. Can we return? 2:15. Thank you. We will return, so thank you very much for coming back after lunch. We're moving straight in this afternoon to item 12, which is our Creating Sustainable Services report, the update route map report for strategic change. We have a report and various appendices within this one. What we'll do is we will do the report, we'll go through the appendices in turn, and then we'll come back to do the recommendations associated with all the papers and appendices together at the end. So with that, I'll pass on to Judith, who's going to take us through this report, please. Judith.
Indeed. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, board members. The board approved the development of the route map for strategic change at its meeting in December 2024, and alongside that, a framework which connected a number of key strands of strategic projects across the health and care system. The intent of this work is to focus all our change resources and activity towards delivery of the plan for the future and its ambitions, and to address the significant challenges facing health and social care across our system, which of course we've touched on this morning. The paper before you today provides a further update on this work and seeks endorsement for the key work streams and the enabling actions which are set out in the main paper at 2.3.1 and 2.3.2. Paper also sets out the progress that's been made since the paper came in December across the governance structure to manage the complex range of work that will sit under the Strategic Change Board, and also the structures there that will help us support the governance of this and managing to ensure that we have an eye across both delivery and the benefits that will be derived from the work. The paper also sets out, and members will be aware of, the collaboration and engagement that's taken place with all three of the integration joint boards in Grampian. Obviously, this is a piece of collaborative work, and all three IGBs have been involved in discussions about this and have supported the direction of travel, and that's set out at 2.3.1 as well. The key enabling actions to support this work are set out in the graphic at 2.3.2, which I think is a really helpful visualization of the key elements of work that are the foundational aspects that we're going to be focusing on, and also the actions that will support the stability of current service provision and organisational delivery, whilst also focusing on the future and developing the future state of our organisation and services. As you said, Chair, there are three appendices to the report that set out more updates in terms of key strategic change programmes, and I think Chris Middleton is here to talk to the unscheduled care one in due course. Unfortunately, our colleagues from the maternity programme aren't able to be here to talk to that paper, but I'm sure myself and colleagues can take any questions on that one. In terms of Appendix 1, it sets out the alignment of the Strategic Change Board's focus on on the integration of acute pathways, which again we've touched on already this morning, but also how that aligns with the work in relation to the Dr. Gray's strategy, which we've also discussed here and in a number of board workshops. The paper sets out how the approach we're proposing supports us in addressing both the urgent and current clinical and service risks, as well as developing the optimum future service model for our population. 2.2 in Appendix 1 reminds the board of the commitment to Dr. Gray's Hospital as a key strategic critical component of the NHS Grampian system, and for us to take a strategic approach to ensure its stability in the longer term. It also reminds members of the board in terms of our ongoing concerns and risks that we face in relation to some of the services at Dr. Gray's, and acknowledges that we have to address these now whilst also addressing our plans for the future and that future sustainability. In the Appendix 1 at 2.3, this sets out the work that we've done since September at pace to identify and commission work to integrate 3 critical pathways across acute in our system, so across Dr. Gray's and into acute in Aberdeen. And these are cardiology, orthopaedics and endoscopy, GI, as described earlier. It also sets out in that appendix the milestones for delivery of these, and you'll see that we are going at quite a pace in relation to that, and that an update on these and the progress made in those will come back to the board in July. I'll bring in Chris Middleton now. He'll update on the work happening under unscheduled care, which is one of the key strategic programmes that will now sit under the Strategic Change Board, and hopefully board members will see the synergies across these important pieces of work. The aim of the Strategic Change Board, obviously, to ensure that we're able to see those synergies and maximise the impact of the work that we're doing. So Chris, with that, shall I hand over to you?
Thank you very much indeed, Judith, and good afternoon, board members. Chris Middleton, I'm the Operations and Performance Lead for Medicine Unscheduled Care portfolio, but also the SRO for the Unscheduled Care Programme Board. So I'll give you a short update as to where we've been since we received the very welcome and useful CFSD report in December. So hopefully the slides describe to you an intent to pursue a different change design and management model within unscheduled care, not only inculcating a ground-up approach to hopefully improve our sustainability of improvement measures through time, but also it shifts us from a reliance on external funding to more of being able to create the conditions within our system to capitalise on any future injections or changes within our resource base. So from that, it's really important that, and as we've just discussed this morning, to acknowledge that this work is not being undertaken independently. It nests very neatly underneath this Strategic Change Board within that context, but also we're very mindful of the time in pulling this work together, the timeline for the national funding of unscheduled care bids, and we've managed to accommodate that. We're also operating in close collaboration with the Discharge Without Delay collaboratives, as both nationally and regionally, and therefore the work is very cited to those initiatives, as well as being mindful of our capacity for change within the current operational pressures and the operational priorities themselves, and absolutely ambulance wait times and ambulance stacking. So it's very much at the sort of top end of our priority list here. Finally, the thing that the work is mindful of, and we're building links with, is making sure that we are absolutely clutched into the finding balance work and the integration of pathways work. So really a number of tentacles sideways across this board to make sure that the slightly longer term view that we have for unscheduled care is accommodating all of those short notice changes and priorities. The initial design work and prioritisation work has been done, undertaken with a wide stakeholder base across the system, 60 attendees from across the system to do that, and really pulled out and worked on 3 of the main priorities from the report. The first one be to reduce patient occupancy in acute settings. The second one to reduce unwarranted variation between services within both acute and other settings. And then finally to increase alternative pathways for presentation to reduce pressure and occupancy in our emergency department and our acute medical assessment area. We also included a 4th area of work on that, noting my previous comments around a new approach, is very much focused around how do we enable and lead this new approach as a programme board, but also as a group of senior leaders within the system. Some of the behaviours and things that we need to engender within this work absolutely requires full empowerment for our teams and support to enable those things to happen, whilst also being mindful of a very mature and sophisticated prioritisation methodology to make sure we're getting the right things in the right order and in the right place. So after that work really comes 6 operational projects in the first instance, and I'll just very briefly run through them to give you a flavour of where the focus is. And pleased to say that alongside the discharge without delay work, which is nationally commissioned and sponsored, but actually locally and regionally kind of managed, we are absolutely pursuing the development of an urgent care hub, so building on our flow navigation centre and making that slightly more robust, and with a number of different routes that we can put patients through to make sure that we don't overpressure ED and AMIA, and also we minimise conveyance where possible for the ambulances. We're also looking at reviewing and revising our front door assessment capabilities, including frailty at the front door, but a number of other specialties at the first point of engagement with patients to make sure we're getting them into the right pathways and reducing unnecessary admissions or indeed inaccurate pathway allocations. We've mentioned frailty at the front door as the third one. We're also looking to invest significantly in our ability to discharge to assess and repurpose some assets from across the health and social care partnerships and acute to achieve that, to reduce occupancy, as well as increase our discharge hub capacity and capability and integrate it further within the system to manage not just simple delays but also complex, and really provide a very strong synapse between the acute setting and onward care and delivery from there. The final one really is around making sure that and reviewing community hospital processes and step down rehab to make sure that those are as efficient and effective as they can be in the situation that we find ourselves, to enable the flow across the system as we'd expect. So hopefully some reassurance there around it is absolutely full system focused. It's absolutely looking at trying to look at the root causes of some of our current constraints and restraints and moving forward there. Alongside those operational projects, really the focus is around formation of an unscheduled care strategy for the next 3 to 5 years that absolutely will be nested within the Strategic Change Board's intent and the plan for the future. And it's fully our intention to consult not only across the system, but also with our patient and public groups in the formation of that strategy moving forward. And then the other piece of work, which is slightly less visible but no less important, is making sure that we've got sufficiently robust processes and structures to both foster and perpetuate the ground up approach, but also to make sure that we've got the coherence across the areas I previously described, and we're linking in with the Strategic Change Board as best we possibly can. That completes the update. Happy to take questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentations and comments from Judith and Chris there. Obviously, this is really important focus this afternoon. We know that we've got the challenges we're trying to we will achieve by the 7th of June, but we've also got to think longer term as well in the transformation here. So it's really important to have this paper as well. Sandy, do you want to start us off, please?
Yeah, I mean, I really welcome the contents of the report, and thanks to Judith and Chris for that. Yeah, it almost needed to come earlier on in the agenda, to be quite honest, because that comes back to Richie's comment about a recurring theme through a lot of what we've discussed today already. I'm absolutely supportive of the approach, the programmes that are going to the focus of this, the theme to systemically transform and remodel what we do. So I'm absolutely all for that. Just only thing I want to just check is in terms of the theme of us being held to account by the public and us holding each other to account. Whilst there'll be elements of the different programmes that will be subject to assurance and scrutiny in different forms, the only thing I can see about us as a group of non-executives at a public meeting, you know, checking on progress overall in terms of the approach. Well, actually, the only thing I'm seeing is July at a seminar. So I just, my request would be at some point if we could have an update on the programme and how are things going in relation to our overall strategic approach. I think it's very easy to go off at tangents in relation to individual elements of that, but I think this sort of report and having a review at some point in the next 4, 5, 6 months in terms of how that overall approach and strategy is going would be very welcome.
Yeah, I think, Sandy, I think you're right. Welcome and also essential. I think we need to have that scrutiny, that review at committee as well, the board as well. So yes, and Judith, you're nodding to that as well. Do you want to come in?
I am, yes. I'm obviously presenting this. I'm currently the co-chair of the Strategic Change Board, and I'm sure once we've had the conversation today that we can consider how what a useful format for this coming back to the board would be, and the governance route for some of the other pieces of work, because I'm sure there are routes in potentially to some of the board's other committees in some of that as we go forward. So we will continue to do that mapping and bring it forward at an appropriate time.
Thank you very much for that, Judith. I think that's very valuable. Thank you. Bert, please.
Thank you, Chair. Like Sandy, I welcome this report. I welcome your input. Having listened to what has been said and read the papers, I don't see a great deal in there about engagement with staff and wider cultural issues which may exist. And I wonder if there is any intention to bear this in mind, to focus on this, and if so, how you would propose doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. I think I need to turn to you on that one.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, one of the key things in terms of the integration piece of work is the clinical leadership, and in the mapping of those 3 key pathways, you know, we're identifying or have identified the key clinical leadership for that. And we also have planned a couple of workshops that will be taking place in April and early May to bring people together to work on the pathways further. And I think it's really important that folk are brought together on that one, just in terms of the element of this that is about organisational development, that is about culture, that is about behaviours. One of the key things that's brought this together and has set out the work is the project initiation documents and the commissions that the Strategic Change Board has given to the work streams to do, and that sets out very clearly what we expect in this work and how we expect staff teams to be involved and engaged in co-producing the work. There's also an oversight board in relation in particular to the integration of pathways piece of work, and our colleagues Luann sits on that in relation to putting people first, and discussions will be taking place in this work in relation to how we involve key stakeholders, starting with people that utilise the service that are subject to integration, obviously as key stakeholders, but broadening out then in terms of our wider populations and the communities that we serve.
Hey Bert, are you content with that as direction of travel?
Yes, I am. I think it's all very important.
Oh, you're on mute, Bert, sorry.
Sorry, my apologies, Chair. Yes, thank you for that helpful input there, Judith. And I think for future updates, it would be useful and indeed important to include reference to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll note that as well. Thank you. John, please.
Yeah, thanks, Alison, and thanks, Judith, and your colleagues for the report. Hopefully, we can see the update on the thinking about how to do effective strategic change. And there's been that theme, as others have said, that we need to deal with the short-term improvements and simultaneously get into the longer-term reform and renewal. I just want to offer a challenge to ourselves and obviously to the executives around this. Having been a non-exec member for 6 years now, we have actually been here many times over that period, and I know it fits in with a long-standing challenge of how to make the Christie challenge real, but it is that implementation gap that we've got to really reflect on. So why will it be different this time? And I partly apologise to colleagues for being a broken record on this one, because I'd see it as becoming more and more urgent that we do get into this reform. And although it may be simplifying it, it's in my head, it's we can make many improvements on the existing system, but it is a system where capacity and demand don't match. So we have to get into a different system. And so that's my challenge to all of us and to the board. So any comment about how we escape the implementation gap this time probably would take a whole seminar, I guess. So I would welcome an opportunity to discuss this, maybe informally or offline or whatever, just to get into some of that, how we're going to make it different this time. How do we avoid, me saying the same thing in a year's time? Thanks.
And that's really helpful, John. And obviously we can't keep doing the same things with less resource to do it. We need actually to step into that doing that differently space and actually do the implementation in the way you described there. I think that welcome, Judith. I hope you'd welcome a further conversation along those lines to take those ideas forward as well, Judith.
Absolutely would, and I think the focus on this has to be about change. We've talked quite a bit, or our colleagues have talked quite a bit this morning in relation to the challenges in front of us. The financial challenge. All this work has to take cognizance of the financial challenge. We know of the issues in our communities on either side of these pathways as well. So we absolutely have to focus on these achieving good outcomes within that context. And very, very happy, John, to have a conversation offline and set that up.
Brilliant. Thank you for that, and thank you, John. Richie, please.
It's actually kind of a connected maybe point as it happens, and I guess it's just there's a later paper on our risk appetite, and one of the changes that we are proposing is to change our risk appetite for innovation and transformation is to become courageous from open, which is, I guess, the most ambitious, I guess, level. So, and maybe it's just a connected point. Maybe just maybe Judith, just to reflect. Are we? And we haven't agreed it yet. In fairness, so it's not we're not quite there. But I guess is that kind of tone and intent for these kind of projects to be courageous in nature for all the reasons that we've been speaking about today. So, any kind of reflection on that would be welcome. See, are we being courageous enough? I guess would be my question.
That's a challenge for all of us, isn't it? Are we being courageous enough? Start with Judith and Chris about that one, I think, and move on. I'll start with Chris this time. Chris, are we being courageous enough?
Thanks, Chair, and it's a great question. And I think I'd look at it in two lights. So I think where we've not necessarily found either sustainability or success historically is we've not been courageous in accepting what is actually possible. We seem to have promised the moon on a stick and fallen short of that. That erodes trust. So I think from that perspective, we do have to be realistic in what we are suggesting. And certainly for the Unscheduled Care Programme Board, some of our projections and modelling are, I wouldn't say modest, but they are realistic, and we have to be really clear what that is about. I think the other thing around being courageous is we have to help people move over the really difficult step of stepping into the unknown. And that's where we've certainly focused in the Unscheduled Care Programme Board on how do we lead and enable the approach. We very much put the ownership of change and development of the system in the hands of the people that operate it under our new approach, and really our function in that leadership space is helping people to move into that area and be courageous themselves around things that aren't guaranteed. So I think I'd absolutely agree with you. I think there's a couple of lenses that we have to look at it through, but it will be fundamentally brought back to the Unscheduled Care Programme Board routinely to say, are we living up to those ideals? Are we actually being courageous in handing over control of delivery to teams and holding them to account appropriately, whilst also supporting them?
I suppose the thing to add to that is, are we moving at enough pace as well to make the difference? And I think I'd add that to your list that you gave there as well, Chris, because it's important that we implement, but we implement at pace as well to get the results that we need across the piece as well, in terms of all our challenges we're facing and the demographic changes we're facing as well. Okay, I can't see any other comments on this. Okay. If we look at the recommendations, then we've first got recommendations in general about endorsing the transformation work streams, recognising the financial context, its implications for strategic change, agreeing that the future financial updates will explicitly highlight the costs and savings associated with transformation activities, ensuring transparency in financial reporting, Support the identified mitigations for strategic risks through the transformation programme, ensuring that key risks are proactively managed as transformation efforts progress. Endorse the strengthening of the whole system collaboration to drive sustainable transformation and foster system-wide mindset to address the growing demand for health and care services, improve outcomes and optimise resource management. Endorse the putting people first communication and engagement strategy. Review and endorse the model of change and assumptions underpinning the route map, and note the information provided on unscheduled care improvement in Appendix 2 and the process on implementation of the Murray maternity programme and lessons learned for other improvement programmes in Appendix 2. They're the first set of recommendations. Can we agree those ones? Thank you. And then we've got specific ones around the Dr. Gray strategy and acute pathways integration, endorsing the approach to encompass the implementation of the ambitions within the Dr. Gray strategy within the wider approach to the integration of acute pathways of care within the paper. Note the initial focus for the integration of acute pathways of care will focus on cardiology, orthopedics and endoscopy, and a phased approach initially focusing on designing an optimum service model, reducing immediate clinical and service risks through the implementation of a single service delivery model and governance structure, and supported by a single workforce model, and agreed that an update on the description of the 3 service models will be provided at the board seminar in July 25. And I've also got in the action tracker noted down to go through the government and mapping out the governance through committees and the board as well. There will be an action in the action tracker from the discussion. Adam, before we agree that one then, Adam.
Yeah, sorry, Alison, it's just the comment I made in my introduction. Endoscopy should now read gastroenterology, and that has changed since these papers were published. So
okay, so slight change to the recommendations. Yeah, can we change
so
that
it's
in
just a broader? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that then, and with the comment in the about the mapping in the action tracker, can we agree these recommendations as well, please? Thank you very much. That's all agreed on that paper. Thank you very much for that. Then moving on to item 13, the Health and Care Staffing Scotland Act. Philip, you're going to lead us on this one, please.
Okay, thanks so much, everyone. So the board's being asked to review and endorse NHS Grampian's Health and Care Staffing Act annual report, and that's in advance of the submission deadline to the Scottish Government of the end of April. I'm grateful we're being joined today by Elizabeth and Heather from the Health and Care Staffing Act programme team, who will be able to ask any questions of detail they might have. I thought to start off with a little bit of background. So the Act requires us to publish and submit an annual report to Scottish ministers. Within the annual report, we need to detail how we've carried out our duties under the Act, with a notable exception of the duty for agency workers, which is submitted and published quarterly. The scope of the report is for healthcare services only, and the Health and Social Care Partnerships report separately on care services. And due to the milestones that we've got, the report includes compliance assessment for quarters 1 to 3 and only a part of quarter 4 because of the timescales. And just to note that this is our first annual report. So moving on to assurance, the Scottish Government have defined 4 levels of assurance. And overall, our first annual compliance assessment includes a limited level of assurance, noting that 9 out of the 10 duties were limited and 1 was reasonable. And the rationale for that assessment was a lack of consistency in some of our systems and processes across all the roles in scope, and a lack of some governance mechanisms as well. And they were noted both in the self-assessment and some triangulation with other intelligence that the team have pulled together. I think in light of the performance reports, which we discussed earlier in the meeting, this compliance assessment does seem to be consistent with that wider system. However, we do have optimism for improvement next year, and that's not just blind optimism. That's based on the number of duties that are towards the top end of that limited assurance level. So with a little bit of extra work, then we can move up a level. So as I said, it's not just blind optimism. However, to slightly temper that optimism, we're mindful of our challenging financial position and the impact of the reduction in the working week and what that might have as well, both of which will continue to potentially impact. So just slightly temper that optimism. We have identified and noted those risks, and we continue to take steps to mitigate those as we progress into year 2. And I think finally, can I just offer my huge thanks to the team, so Heather and Taylor, Heather and Elizabeth, for the huge amount of progress and the input they've done in progressing both the work and this report for the board. And as I said at the beginning, hopefully they're able to answer any questions of detail that you might have.
Yeah, thank you very much, Philip, and thank you very much to the team as well, who have been engaging with the board along the way on this work as well. So thank you for the awareness they've given to us along that path as well. So thank you. Any questions or comments, please? Richie, please.
Yeah, just briefly, again, thanks for the paper. Lots of detail and lots of working behind it again. I guess my question is just around particularly there's no reds, but there's a number of ambers. Just what that actually means for us. Is there an expectation that we need to resolve that to become a yellow or a green within a period of time? Just to get some understanding about. I'm not quite saying so what, but I'm nearly saying so what.
Thank you. Elizabeth's going to answer that one. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Yeah, thanks very much for the question. I guess given the legislation commenced on the 1st of April last year, we should be compliant with it all. But I don't think there will be any board across Scotland that will be in that full substantial assurance state. I think the other thing just to tease out when you talk about that amber, there are obviously two different grading scales. There's the level of assurance, which is for the overall duty, and that often looks at the governance arrangements, and so we do have the 9 of those in amber. As Philip said, I think we've got a few that very quickly over Q1 and 2 we will see progressing. We've got a few that are at the top of limited but just not consistent enough to see into the reasonable assurance. But the other aspect is that there are the RAG status, 83 of them throughout the entire report, and there is work going on, and that's because I think the Act and the single report asks us to report for all of our services, so our delegated and non-delegated, and for our all roles and scope, which take in 13,000 approximately of our staff. So just building in those consistent processes. But I do think the work undertaken in year 1, and we've tried to detail that through the annual report of the values and sustainability work round about the common staffing method SOP and the associated work. I think those 2 duties will progress in levels of assurance and the RAG status quite quickly in year 2. We've got the real-time staffing checklist that has been developed for areas not on safe care, and I think we can now, we've got the underpinning knowledge and the engagement in a number of teams that we'll be able to see that progress as well. So I hope that in some way, I guess we should be compliant. We're not, but we are working towards it. And I think that's in our national engagement. That's possibly a fair representation with the rest of Scotland on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you. Derek, please.
Thanks. Just a very minor comment, and it was an eye jar that caught my eye. We've got limited assurance on everything barring training of staff, where we've got reasonable assurance. Now, absolutely, totally accepting that there are many, many ways of training of the staff, but the PAFIC report keeps talking about the mandatory and statutory training optics, which are not very good. So it was just the counter position that that's not looking very good on the PAFIC report, but accepting that there are many other ways of being trained. So just a comment, really a passing fancy comment.
Yeah, Elizabeth, do you want to respond, please?
Yeah, no, and I think it's really helpful. The training duty, we always describe it in Grampian as 3 elements. So there is the mandatory statutory training element, and we recognise, you know, that the reports that are coming to staff governance and PAFIC around that. But there are 2 other elements around this. There are the professionally essential, and when you read the reports that are going to Clinical Governance Committee based on the professional assurance framework, recognising the professional training to maintain competence that's in place. So that's where we gain some of that assurance. And also there are requirements of the Act so that's the third part, for training round about it. We've socialised the resources widely. We're engaging with workforce planning teams. So when they're working with teams, we're connected in. The training that we provide as well as recognising when they're rolling out SafeCare or e-roster or any of these additional systems, that there is a training package alongside that. So that's where we've started to build some of that assurance that we have some of those processes in place. So just to give that wider perspective, Derek, I hope that was helpful, that it's more than just one element to that duty.
Okay, Derek.
Yeah, happy with that. I mean, I did say it was a minor comment because there are many ways of getting trained. It's just that the one that we got wasn't a good one, the mandatory statutory. So I just thought I'd make a passing comment, really, rather than a main comment.
Thank you, Derek. And just a question to you, Elizabeth, for our own information. I think it says one of the purposes of this report is to identify areas of good practice that can be shared and identify common challenges as well. And I presume that means across Scotland. So what is the process that we can share our learning with others and learn from them, and also recognise challenges and then do something about them if everyone's facing the same? Thank you.
I can answer a bit around how we can share, how we address them. I'm maybe less certain of. So in terms of the statute requirements, as you know, as part of the board papers today, that is then published, and that's a requirement of the Act that they are all published. So all boards will have their information published by the end of April. So there's a bit of work internally we will do to, Heather and I have already started doing that, to look at what other boards are saying so that we can take some shared learning. But from a Scottish Government perspective, the Health Workforce Directorate, where this now sits, they, on behalf of Scottish ministers, are required to present an overarching report to Scottish Parliament. It's likely that will take place prior to the October recess, so that will give a kind of state of across Scotland as well. Healthcare Improvement Scotland have a role in this, and they have their own duties, and part of that is monitoring and compliance, and some of that shared learning I think will come through them, and we will start seeing some of that shared learning also coming through their safe delivery of care inspections. But also as a programme team, Heather and I are well connected into national forums with Healthcare Improvement Scotland and Scottish Government, and also with other boards. We have a collaborative. So I think there are many avenues that we can take that shared learning. I think I'm keen to consider with Philip and Jerry Laurie how we, and bringing it back to committees and to the Chief Executive, how we can influence some of that collective understanding of around those challenges and risks.
Yeah, that's helpful, Elizabeth. I see June wants to come in as well, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking at it from a nursing profession lens, there is national work that's ongoing at the moment across the Scottish Acute Nurse Leaders. We're looking at emergency department, common staffing methodology and outputs as well, but also at a local level, the work that we've done around the governance framework that enables us to comply with the common staffing methodology really helps us to feed back to our teams at that local level. And of course, that's one of the key functions of the Act, to ensure that the teams are aware of the decisions that are being made and how we're making them consistently.
Brilliant, thank you for that. Okay, I can't see any further questions on this paper then. So can we agree the recommendations? Elizabeth, your hands up or down? Down.
It was just before you went to recommendations, it was just really to highlight, and it was a thread I've listened to in much of the meeting today, is we acknowledge that the big report, we need to transcribe it onto the Excel, but we have produced our colleagues and citizens summary. And so I know at the board engagement session, you saw the plain English version. We're delighted from the work that we've done with our colleagues in MVC to produce this. And this will be very much the document we'll use to engage with our colleagues internally. And we felt it was really important to take that 50-page document into something much more manageable. So really grateful for those that contributed to that. So just really wanted to highlight that back as well. I hope you don't mind.
No, thank you, Elizabeth. And it was remiss of me not to mention that myself, because it was a very good document for all the purposes you said there. So thank you for working on that. Very much appreciate it. And thank you for bringing it to everyone's attention. Okay, so turning to the recommendations then, can we agree the recommendations on this report, please? We've reviewed and endorsed it. Thank you. Okay, so now it can be published as well. So thank you. Okay, moving on then to item 14, the strategic risk report, updated board risk appetite and strategic risk process. Jennifer, I've got Jennifer down as leading.
Yes, good afternoon.
You're not on my screen. Good, thank you. Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. So the paper for consideration today it really covers two main aspects. One of them is the updated risk appetite statement, and the second elements are around our processes for strategic risk. So I'll just give you a very brief opening to this paper. The risk appetite statement is to be updated yearly, and you'll see in the pack that the statement itself covers the level and type of risk that NHS Grampian aims to accept in pursuit of its objectives. The paper outlines the risk appetite levels that have changed from the previous statement, and this is predominantly based on the outgoings of a board seminar which was held earlier in January, and also it's been part of a very robust consultation process on the statement itself. This draft statement has been to board committees as well as chief exec team and has had quite a lot of input into the changes, the proposed changes. The second area of the report is again around our strategic risk processes, and this is really for the board to consider some of the proposals surrounding strategic risk, and that's really aiming to enhance our assurance around these processes, including how often the strategic risks should go to their board committees, as well as considering a seminar on risk for the board every January. So I'm happy to take any questions. I know there are many people on the call that are well aware of these proposals, so thank you for considering.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer, for that introduction. And yes, obviously, this has been around our committees as well of the board, so people have had a chance to have an input into it already through the committees that they serve on. Any further comments and questions for now, please? No? That's fine then. So we've got a series of recommendations about the strategic risk report. Can we agree the recommendations in the paper then, please? Brilliant. Thank you. And thank you, Jennifer, for presenting today.
Thank you.
Okay, then moving on to item 15, the governance update to the standing financial instructions and schedule of reserved decisions. Alex, please.
Thanks, Alison. I'm just going to pass over to Julie, who'll just give us a very brief introduction.
Hi, thanks, Alex. So as colleagues will be aware, we annually review our financial governance, our key governance control documents, and these are a key component of our strong financial and internal controls. So there are proposed updates to schedule of reserved decisions and standing financial instructions within the body of the report, or the two appendices. And I'm pleased to report that last year's root and branch review of these documents has held us in good stead. So there are only a number of minor changes required, but we do require the board to approve these following audit and risk scrutiny of the detail. I would like to just point out a couple of minor things. In this year's update, we've created the role of the corporate landlord in relation to governance arrangements around the organisational buildings, assets and lease accommodation. This role is proposed to be delegated to Director of Infrastructure, Sustainability and Support Services as Chair of the Asset Management Group, and for the Asset Management Group to oversee those associated arrangements. It was identified as a gap, and given our renewed focus on our use of our infrastructure, it's felt useful to enhance the arrangements around that aspect. And finally, just work has progressed during the year, both in terms of awareness raising around our core governance documents and the control requirements, but also we've developed further some procedures around enhanced control of cash and near cash assets, and these will be communicated out as along with, subject to board approval, the revised documents to ensure that a programme of further awareness raising around this key aspect of our control environment. So happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Julie. Thank you. Have we got any questions or comments for Julie? Colette, please.
Just one observation on page 317. I don't think the value of the tender waiver can be right. on my unless it's been scored out, maybe I'm not seeing it properly. Does that say 10,000 up to 100,000?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, okay. Apologies, I think that was my eyesight. I thought it said 510. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Colette. Thank you. Okay, any other comments or questions? No, can we agree with the recommendations on this then, please? Thank you very much. Thank you for all the work involved in it, and thank you for the contributions of the Audit and Risk Committee as well, working towards this. Thank you. Okay, then that brings us on to our approved committee forum and IJB minutes to note. So can we run through these and note them as we go, please? First of all, the Audit and Risk Committee of the 10th of December 24, noted. The Clinical Governance Committee of the 12th of November 24, noted. The NHS Grampian Charity Committees of the 6th of December 24 and the 31st of January 25, noted, thank you. The Performance Assurance, Finance and Infrastructure Committee of the 27th of November 24, noted, thank you. The Population Health Committee, 22nd of November 24, noted, thank you. Staff Governance Committee, 17th of December 24, noted, thank you. And then the forums, Area Clinical Forum, 15th of January 25, noted, thank you. The Grampian Area Partnership Forum, two of those, 16th of January 25 and the 20th of February 25, thank you. Excuse me. The Integration Joint Boards, Aberdeen City IJB, 19th of November 24, noted, thank you. Aberdeenshire IJB, two of those, 12th of November 24 and the 19th of February 25, noted, thank you. And the Murray IJB, 30th of January 2025, thank you. So all those committee and board papers are noted, thank you. Item 17 is any other business. I've had nothing notified to me today. Okay, thank you. And that concludes then with the date of our next meeting is the 12th of June, or the date of our next scheduled meeting, having had some of the discussions today. The date of our next scheduled meeting is the 12th of June 2025 for note as well. Can I thank everybody for their contributions to the meeting, asking questions, answering questions, presenting. I think it's been a very good meeting on the basis of everyone's contribution. So thank you for those. Thank you to everybody else who's been listening in and has an interest in the work of NHS Grampian. Thank you very much for that. I will close this meeting now, and board members will be attending a closed meeting now as well. Thank you.